myself. Let's go.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you
11-month brain rot.
live from sunny and beautiful California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive, and I hope all the boys, all the girls, and all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because it is another beautiful day here. It's Thursday, March 10th, 2022, 11:23 a.m., and I'm a little late, and I apologize. We just listened to the Megaphonics orchestral remix of the Waiting for Hasan song. The amount of evolutions that this song has gone through over the course of the year is incredible. I mean, it started off as a random Lily Pichu one-off where she just like kind of sang it a little bit on her stream, and then it turned into so many different beautiful versions.
Your
off of
hairline
that.
is looking swell, King. Crown.
Folks, there is a Channel 5 video that is 1 hour long, okay? 1 hour long.
Has high,
The
has high.
content gods have blessed us upon this day, folks. But before we get to that, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, baby. Oh yeah. Trump was on a podcast. We watched that live yesterday, so obviously, maybe we'll take a look at that, but I think military advertising is increasing the frequency. Hasan, I've recently noticed a distinct increase in ads from the Nat Guard and Marines on your channel and a lot of other media, which is clearly a direct evidence that you yourself are a CIA plant, you motherfucking propagandist.
That new intro is jammies.
I think, look, I'll take their money. You know what I mean? I'll take their CPMs. I don't give a fuck. It's probably the funniest account to advertise on. Like, they most likely look at this and they say, this is a political channel. Political channels do well. They're talking about conflict. There's going to be some hoorah motherfuckers in there that are going to want to join the Marines. Meanwhile, they're running an ad in between, like, me talking to Chelsea Manning, famous America's greatest veteran, most likely. You know what I mean? It's like, or they're running ads in between me saying every Marine eats a crayon. And that, if you go out there, you're going to have your girlfriend or wife get fucked back over here. So you shouldn't do that. You should not enlist. So it's pretty funny whenever they like run ads on my broadcast, as opposed to like probably every other broadcast that they could run ads on where, it's cool. Fuck it. It's better. We love to running an ad as Hasan rants about Marines losing out in divorce court. It's funny. Good new video on Vice from Ukraine as well. Invasion of Ukraine, Vice News tonight. So part of this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little about my personal news, okay? What's going on in my life, you know what I mean? For all the parasocialists that come in before the actual blast off tweet. And honestly,
just me senpai.
Not a lot is going on in my life. My life is this. This is my life. I'm just streaming. I'm streaming like a motherfucker. This is all I do. This is pretty much all I care about, all I dedicate my time and effort and energy into. This, dieting, and it's basically this, streaming, 8 hours at the very least to like 10, 6 of which is just like hardcore fucking politics, news, and then a little baby bit of like gaming before I rage quit and then end up playing on my own offline because I'm just mad. And then you changed your mic back? No, I didn't actually. I did not change anything. It's just because I'm speaking in this tone of voice. So it's probably not picking up the high notes and like really beefing up the high notes. Anyway, regardless, so award show, who's going with you? I have no one going with me. I unfortunately, I am quite literally maidenless. So it's quite literally the reason why I have no. The duality of Haas tweet? What the fuck is this? Yeah, I'm quite literally maidenless, so I have no one to take with me. I mean, my mom is going to be here, but I don't want to take her because I don't want her to be on camera. Otherwise, I would, but it's like going to be like a performance, you know what I mean? Even if you're in the crowd, it's a performance, and I don't want to do that. Because, I don't want to put my mom through that. And maybe Marat, but again, who knows? Regardless, though, take my wife, Beta Wolf _TV. No, dude. The resident cuck.
Keep it going.
I would take, if it was like a regular award show, I would take my mom 100%, like easy, But usually these kinds of awards, I mean, this is like a No, Cutie said it was too late. Yeah, not for me. I already fucking reserved a spot for Marat. She already put it down as like Marat being my +1. I love that you're like, Cutie said it was too late. Anyway, no, I already have a +1. But it's gonna be Marat, most likely. Anyway, okay. Did you see Grimes' new Elon baby? I've known about it already. What do you mean? I literally, I talk to Grimes almost every day at this point, trying to get her on the show. Understandably, she wanted to keep it private for like,
really nice
you know, understandable reasons. Because like, obviously, there was a lot of news that came out when she had her first child with Elon Musk. So, you know.
Wowzers.
Whoever you got you the basketball missed the opportunity to have it say Malding instead of Spalding. I don't think they could change that part. Anyway, listen. Let's talk about some serious shit. What's going on in my life, okay?
Hassle.
Let's talk about me for a second. I have been working my ass off, working out real hard, you know, working through all of my potential, you know, weak parts of my body, and things have been going really well. The diet has been going really well. You know, I want to give a shout out to fucking Chipotle and Sweet Green. I don't even give a fuck if they're like canceled or whatever. I'm sure Chipotle, I think, was like horrible to its workers that wanted to fucking
almost 2 years of brain rot.
Unionize, if I'm not mistaken, but goddamn. Boys, I've been consuming some Chipotle, okay? They need to be much better to their workers or else they're going to lose their #1 client currently. Okay? What's your order? Double chicken or double steak, burrito bowl with black rice, black beans, fajitas, all of the sauces except for the corn one. Lettuce and cheese. It's like 700 or 800 calories depending on whether you get steak or chicken. And honestly, it's fucking awesome. It's got good amounts of fiber. Yeah, black rice, like not fried rice, the other one.
And only banned once.
Or did I say black rice? I meant black beans, not black rice. Brown rice and black beans. Fucked it up. Yeah, no, I don't get the forbidden rice. Yeah. I'm literally I am a Chinese emperor, actually. So I order forbidden rice. I eat black rice. And they make it for me specifically. They're like, all right, Mr. Emperor Hasan. No, I meant brown rice. So you have 2 main meals? What do you mean? No, it's like a total normal. Could you recheck your calories? I get the same order as you without the add-ons except queso, and I think it was 900 for me.
New channel.
You're wrong.
Let's go.
I mean, I can tell you right now exactly what it is. It's on my phone. Hold on. I put it on my MyFitnessPal every day. But if you think it's 900, that's because you put fucking queso on it or something. But my Sweet Green protein bowl is warm wild rice, 1 serving, spicy cashew dressing, 1 serving, 1 serving of blackened chicken, 2 servings of spicy broccoli, 3 servings of roasted chicken, the straight white chicken breast one, 1 serving of Sweet Green roasted sweet potatoes, and then 1 serving of hot roasted sweet potatoes, 3 servings of onions, and that
thanks for San Brandon Byron.
I think I put like some other extra, you know, fiber shit in there. But that's what I eat, and then my Chipotle order is I guess 935 calories because I also have a bag of chili lime tortilla chips. Imagine counting calories to get a life. Dog, I come from a long line of obesity, like morbidly obese individuals, and I'm the only person in my family who has ever had a six-pack. I'm the only person in my family who's ever actually lost the weight without getting like a gastric bypass.
Backlog.
I'm the only person in my family who's actually been able to keep the weight off. Like, this is, for those of you who have never had to struggle like this, you don't understand it and you will never know. But this is a everyday, I mean, it's not even a struggle because you just have to figure out a diet that works for you. You know what I mean? That's just how it is. I've talked about this a lot. You have to figure out a diet that works for you, a diet that you can keep up, a diet that you can do, one that you can actually like customize a little bit too. But yeah, counting calories is the most effective way of losing weight. Figuring out what level of calories you're supposed to be at. Like for the past 6 months, I've been really stagnant in weight loss. I've been gaining a lot of muscle, but I haven't been losing any weight. And I was getting frustrated, so I had to really I had to get really in the groove and get super serious with my caloric intake. And right now I have to stay under like 2,385 calories a day.
I did it.
Anyway, it takes a long time to figure out what works for you. Also, MyFitnessPal can like literally create eating disorders as well. So don't, be careful.
Baby.
I know someone that like literally had a serious eating disorder from, counting calories non-fucking stop. And then she had to go to like a food therapist. And I wish I could eat that many calories a day. Wait, 2,385? That's nothing. That's like one meal at Applebee's, right? That's like one burger that you can eat at Applebee's. I'm 265 pounds, dude. I'm 6'4", 265 pounds. I got a fuckload of muscle. I work out 4 days a week, like pretty aggressively work out 4 days a week. And on top of that, on days off, I try to at least play basketball. I haven't really been doing that much. I didn't do that last week, but I did it the week before. And I should not be at 2,385 calories. I should be eating like 3,000 calories, dude. You guys are comparing yourself to someone like myself, and you're comparing yourself to someone like myself, and you shouldn't do that because I'm huge. But yes, sitting at a desk all day is literally cancer. It's the same as cancer. And lowering calories won't work if I sit at a desk all day. Of course, I still do work out. I try to get active. I try to walk around when I'm off stream. Anyway, we went on for a while now on my personal news. Is the standing desk worth it? I love the standing desk. I rarely ever use it, but I love it. when I do need to use it, it's awesome. And I got like a conference table too, so. I still use the Whoop band. Yeah, it's been going all right. Actually, it like broke for a second, but it's back and I've been using it. Anyway, I've done everything, boys. I've done everything. Okay, I've done everything. I've done, different kinds of diets, keto, all that shit. But ultimately, all diets base themselves off of the calories in, calories out method. The best thing you can do is figure out what your resting metabolic rate is. Best way to fucking figure that out is by best thing you can do is figure out what your resting metabolic rate is, and the way to figure that out is by figuring out what your lean muscle mass is in comparison to your fat percentage. Like people say, try veganism. No, veganism is good. Veganism is healthy. Okay, straight up. But veganism can be incredibly unhealthy, especially if you don't listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying transcends beyond veganism. Okay? What I'm saying is clip it. What do you mean? Dude, guys, I joke about vegans all the time, but like, I get it. They are, you know, morally correct. They're morally righteous. But thinking that...
Never had brain rot. I messed up.
Thinking that, you know, veganism alone will help is not good. If you like intermittent fasting or OMAD, I used to do 1 meal a day. I used to do intermittent fasting and 1 meal a day. I would try different ones. I've done both.
That's sketchy.
And they were very successful at the time. But because I'm 30 years old, I need to change. I need to take like every marginal improvement I can on you know, improving my resting metabolic rate as best as I can. I think I might have like fucked up. I think I might have fucked up my metabolism a lot by doing that for years and years and years. So it can still be good to just like do it once every like 2 weeks, like a full fast, like a day fast or whatever. Obviously none of this is like, you know, professional advice, so figure it out. But
no, Hasan, get the sofritas in the burrito bowl. Become vegan pilled.
Anyway, no, I will never get the sofritas because the macros are terrible in comparison to the steak. The steak has the best macros actually. The Chipotle chicken has the Chipotle chicken calories are too high for me. The macros are better than the steak, but I get the steak because I want to diversify my meat intake. And also because the chicken calories come from the red meat and it's like 180 per 4 ounce versus the steak is 150 per 4 ounce.
Hi, chat.
Anyway. Macros to get fat. Yeah. Wait, what? Not if you obese, Mr. Obese. Get fat. Calories in, calories out, so problematic. Sure, you can starve yourself and lose weight. That doesn't mean it's healthy. Dude, it's so funny to say shit like this. Dog, it's just science, okay? Calories in, calories out is just like a scientific principle. Your body is a fucking machine, okay? It's not like problematic. You can't say science is problematic. It's like the only science, actually, that like every other type of like nutrition science, for the most part, is like trends and bullshit, okay? Like all of it is bullshit. All of it still ultimately comes back to your body as a well-oiled engine needs energy consumption, okay? Calories in, calories out is trying to basically apply quantitative analysis to that process, okay? Stop counting calories, but the focus on food quality and healthy lifestyle practices, attain a healthy weight. Yeah, I hate this. I hate this so much. Like, okay, I hate that, like, okay, yeah, I got owned. Harvard, some fucking one Harvard Health Publishing absolutely destroyed it, dude. It's actually, and they always hide it. They always hide, like, the truth in articles like this. That's why I already acknowledge calories in, calories out can be very dangerous for you, okay? You can actually develop an eating disorder. So you have to be super fucking serious with what you're doing. That's what let me guess. They're going to ultimately state that, like, if you focus on your fucking calorie count, then you'll turn around and end up, you know, developing a type of eating disorder where
21 months of funding at HasanAbi's Kusi.
Ultimately, it's just the truth. Okay? Not all calories are created equal. This is true, except your gut microbiome, your metabolism, the type of food you eat. So, this is true. All of this is true. But these are these are ultimately marginal differences, okay? But calories in, calories out is just physics, okay? That's it. If your calories are all soda, it's in and out. No, I'm drinking diet soda. Every soda I drink is diet. I never waste calories from... Trying to eat less than your calorie need is just gaslighting your body about its need. Yes. This is a great example. Calories in, calories out works, but can be very dangerous and unhealthy. You could literally lose weight if your resting metabolic rate is like 2,000 calories, let's say, which means with the amount of muscle mass that you have and with the amount of like activity that you do, whether it's sedentary or active, it obviously changes your resting metabolic rate severely. Okay, but let's say you're sedentary, like I am, and that's why my fucking my resting metabolic rate is 2,300, right? That means my body, just when I wake up till the time I go to sleep, is burning in the 24-hour period 2,385 calories, give or take, right? Obviously, this is not 100% accurate. What I can do is literally just eat 2,300 calories worth of 2,000 calories worth of Oreos, okay? I would still lose weight, but I would be incredibly unhealthy. I would get diabetes, okay? First of all, I would develop diabetes. I would not be getting a healthy, balanced diet. Calories in, calories out is obviously just the entry step into the appropriate diet. I also track my macronutrients, which, and even my micronutrients, as a matter of fact. I try to make sure that I get like a healthy balance of fiber. I try to get a healthy balance of different vitamins. I try to do vitamin supplements on top of that if I'm not getting enough. I literally look at what the percentage of protein I get is, what the percentage of fat I get is, and what the percentage of carbs I eat are in my daily caloric intake. So it's ridiculous that like this motherfucker someone is gonna turn around and be like, that's actually wrong. That's not bro science, dude. It's not. No, that's not bro science. It's
if you are
just
for
science.
Cringing, check out Andrew Yang's emo girl TikTok.
Do you ever drink calories? I know you drink diet soda, but do you drink protein shakes? Yes, I drink a protein shake on the days I work out. 180 calories in the morning. No, my resting metabolic rate is not my resting metabolic rate is not 2,345. It's like probably 2,000. I don't fucking know. It's probably like 2,500. If I want to lose a pound a week, which is healthy, which is in my opinion, the maximum healthiest weight you can lose and should lose. Anything more than that, and you're like going crazy, unless you're like super fat, in which case you're losing a lot of fucking water weight in the first stage originally. And you're also probably losing a lot of fat regardless because you're omega fat.
What you think about this guy?
But ultimately, all of that is if you're like kind of fat, if you're a chunky boy, if you're a little bit fatter than the average, okay, if you're a little overweight and you want to lose weight, like don't try to lose more than fucking 1 pound a week, especially if you're skinny. If you get to a point where you're like trying to cut specifically to get like a 6-pack, then you should even lower it to you should even lower that to like half a pound a week.
Can't believe a year passed that quickly. I love the Donny days and RP.
And regardless, you should talk to a doctor about the healthiest ways of doing. There's a lot of fake information out there. There's a lot of bullshit information out there. If you have the money, going to a nutrition specialist would be even better than that. Like there's like food. This is the most bro conversation ever. I'm so lost. Losing weight has nothing. Like maintaining a healthy diet and lifestyle is not fucking bro science. What is going on? There is no gender associated with this concept, okay? It's like going to the fucking gym and working out. It's always good. There's never a situation where it's bad. You will never catch me saying it's a bad thing to go work out. It's always good. It's literally touching grass, okay? Always a good thing, never a bad thing. And if you consider to be fat phobic, like, yeah, what's up? I'm Mr. Fat Phobia then. You're 100% right. I did an extreme caloric deficit when I used to eat a bunch, and it shocked the fuck out of my body. I lost a lot of fat like I wanted, but it fucked my strength and my metabolism. Yeah, it's not good. Yeah. Yeah, women never actually try to lose weight. Self-care is just a bro thing. I got blood work done yesterday, by the way. I will find out whether or not I'm doing well with my potential high cholesterol as a consequence of my genetics. But remember, I went and I got blood work done and I had high cholesterol, right? Cholesterol that was like a little sussy, okay? And what did my doctor say? My doctor said, cut back on the protein. You're eating too much protein, which I did, okay? That could be the reason, even though my protein is predominantly coming from white meat, right? Chicken breast. I looked into how you could potentially have high cholesterol, and I found that it has a genetic predisposition, which, of course, check. Clearly, I have that. My entire family has high cholesterol. They're all morbidly obese. The other things were like, smoking, cigarettes, and alcohol. Don't do that at all. So can't be that. And lastly, it was red meat. Don't do that. Can't be that. So what? You chew nicotine gum constantly? No, dude. Cigarettes. Nicotine gum is not the same. No, the tobacco is what can lead to high cholesterol. Anyway, regardless. So, yeah, it's the tar and tobacco, not nicotine gum. Nicotine gum is just nicotine. So, the last thing that was very important that I was definitely fucking up with was my sleep. So, since then, I got the Whoop app. Not an ad, by the way, obviously. Okay. Since then, I got that. I've been sleeping a lot more. I've been going to bed a lot earlier. Nicotine does make your blood pressure higher. Yes, it's true. But not like your cholesterol, I don't think. I asked my doctor that and he said, no, that shouldn't be the reason. I don't consume alcohol at all.
You ever watch that Bro Science guy on YouTube?
But basically, the thing that I changed immediately was, obviously, I slowly but surely changed my caloric intake recently, and I've been doing pretty well with that diet so far to lose weight. And it's been working well.
Even matter
but
if there's a nuclear war?
Basically, one of the things I did is just I go to bed early. Like, I go to bed early as fuck. I go to bed at like 10:30, 11. I'm trying to sleep by like 11. I wake up at 6:30 to 7. And, it's been, even on the Whoop, it's been saying like my recovery looks a lot better. So, pretty good overall. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Anyway, let's blast off. This is enough. This is a lot more personal news than I normally give, but it's time to fucking blast off. After 2 years, Hasan will sometimes admit veganism is good, so I give it another 3 or so to be able to convince him to do meatless Mondays. Okay, Austinox. Okay, let's get popping. Okay, let's get started. Daycare is open. Third week of Ukrainian invasion happening as U.S./Ukraine claim Russia doing war crimes. Are there bioweapons?
Normal sleep patterns are insanely healthy for you. 15 months.
I ironically diversified my meat intake to add red meat instead of not having red meat. Anyway.
White people pussy.
Is nicotine gum a good way to quit? It's the best way to quit, dude. High key recommend it. straight the fuck up, baby. I am 100% a gigantic ride or die advocate for nicotine gum. It saved my life.
Poojas.
Wait, can you watch this clip about you real quick before you start?
Did already make a wildly successful video on this topic, but as far as I'm concerned, he's only the second best Hasan, so it's like it doesn't count. And you know what? Forget Minhaj, because just like the better Hasan, we're actually going to say the C word.
Oh, I can't say it. What? That's nice. That's nice. A second thought to say that. Okay. Hold on.
Watch channel and shout out to Fat Nuts aka Bruiser Dropimov.
What is this? Dr. Disrespect. I have resolved my legal dispute with Twitch. No party admits to any wrongdoing. Dr. Disrespect. In your response to all your questions, the doc will not return to Twitch. That's so what happened? Oh God, we will never know. We will never find out. And fucking Rod ended his career after that, pretty much. Like, I don't know where the fuck he is. He just like said he had all the secrets, and then since then he just has not. Like, did Dr. Disrespect kill Rod? What happened? If it was just the fucking breach of contract, it's kind of psychotic that, like, either party did not admit that. That's wild to me. Anyway.
At HasanAbi Ludwig would disagree with that statement that you don't drink alcohol. Kek.
Who? Who would disagree? I don't drink alcohol.
Turkish ensemble. I stayed and learned about your culture.
Oh, the whiskey incident. Dude, are you kidding me? That's like, first of all, that was fucking months ago. And I quit since then. But even before then, I wasn't really drinking.
Whoa.
Streamers grapple with mainstream news misinformation while covering Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Twitch in the wartime. Nathan Grayson writes, oh shit. New article about me? Featuring me. Dr. Respect fuck Bezos' wife and causes divorce. Rod is done and not just on Twitch. Okay, let's do it.
I've been trapped in Hasan's mansion's basement for 18 months. Please help me.
We're going to do Kim K Girl Boss moment for sure. We're going to do the Kim K Girl Boss moment. Do not worry. That's like definitely on the docket, on the lineup of things that we're doing. Hold on. Let me find it. Kim K Girl Boss and new channel 5 Hogwatch. Content. Fun reacts are back, baby. Get in now. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. All right, what should I blast off with this, dude? We have a good meme for this? Do we have a good meme for this or what? Ryan Coogler was mistaken for a bank robber and arrested in Atlanta. I did see that. Fucking insane, dude. Oh God. Okay, I'm yoinking an okay buddy Hasan meme.
HasanAbi, have you ever played a muffin map?
Which is I am embarrassingly admitting that I said blammo or 2 days ago, and that will haunt me for the rest of my life. I don't know where the fuck that came from, but yeah, I stole the okay buddy meme that has blammo featured in it. Here, repost this, retweet this, tell your fucking friends, tell your family, tell your loved ones, don't tell your haters. Let's keep that a secret from your haters, but you know, get your dog in the room. No matter where you are in the world, you know, fucking let the people know that I did say blammo. I think if you say blammo, you should be able to say the C word, like to other white people. I think. Like, you literally should be able to. It should be legal for me to, because I said blammo, I should be able to say the C word and not censor myself. It is my word.
Yo, Hassie Alien PLS.
If you say blammo, you can literally check people. Like, you can be telling other white people, like, do you have the card? Like, can you say the C word? You know what I mean? Like, that's the level of whiteness you're at when you say blammo is unmanageable, okay? I'm gonna let the haters know, Pepela. I'll do it. Don't do it. Don't fucking let the haters know, dude. The fuck is blammo? It's just not even a thing. It's just I'm an idiot, and I got really excited, and I just said blammo one time on the stream. It happened one time.
I want more girls on with Hasan watching Joe Rogan Saj.
Did you hear Irish J.K. Rowling diss track? Someone needs to sign him ASAP. I'm an autistic Irish rapper. I'm an autistic Irish rapper that will not stand for J.K. Rowling's transphobia. All right, let's take a look at what he has to say then.
Transphobe rolling, spends her whole life transphobic trolling. She got some nerve using harsh words.
This is the absolute worst. I'm sorry, dude. Like holy shit. I thought this was gonna be good. Like, god damn, you guys are such fucking clowns. I swear to God. Holy fuck. Eminem been real quiet since this dropped. Good one, dude. Yeah.
3 months.
Yeah,
lobby.
look. Step aside, Eminem. I found your sound on TikTok.
It's
What?
an enormous cracker. It's an enormous cracker.
Okay.
Don't ever be like her, don't ever be a turf. I know a girl named transphobe.
Shut up, he's awesome. Dog, I'm sorry, but that is, you know, it's a swing and a miss, let's say. Okay, it's not that great. It's not that great. Could be better. Will react. Will ready anything that means he can have a accent? Yeah, of course. I thought he said don't ever be a Turk. No, he said turf.
As you are mad cute.
Leave Craig alone. What sad news about Elden Ring? Where does Elden Ring take place? In Ohio? That's not real. That's not real, dude. Even though Machine Gun Kelly does have the build of a fucking Dark Souls mob, straight up. Or an Elden Ring mob, I mean. He does. He literally just looks like one of those like you know the mobs in fucking Elden Ring that go slowly towards you and you just one tap them. Like, that's what Machine Gun Kelly looks like. He does have that fucking build. K-Lead is Gary, Indiana. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, technically, the prisoner is from Terre Haute, right? That's where the prison, which, by the way, I'm actually at that map now, the Volcano Manor. Level 21 skeleton build. Yeah, I'm in the fucking prison town, which is Terre Haute.
Yet? 10 plus 8.
Leave Gary, Indiana alone as a victim of capitalism.
I've been watching the stream while at work lately, lol.
Can you relate to this experience? My character tanking hits against dragons and demigod. My character getting bullied by 3 dogs and a guy with a torch. I mean, yeah, it is true. 80 hours in my experience so far. It's literally... But that's just every fucking From Software game experience. Every single From Software game has that exact same fucking experience where...
It means so much to me and the trans community.
You can have like... Thanks. Oh, Keffels. Hi, Hasan. Thank you for rating my charity stream for trans youth in Texas last weekend. The staff at Equality Texas Foundation cried because of how much we raised. It means so much to me and the trans community. Shouts out to Keffels for raising 50 racks, dude. Look at that for trans youth in Texas. In America, it's like it's fucking hunting season now in like Republican states. It's fucking psychotic. We're gonna talk about that today. Like, Republicans are such fucking demons, and obviously we talk about it regularly, but goddamn, dude. I mean, they are literally like, don't ever let a good fucking crisis go to waste, you know? Oh, everybody's focused on Ukraine. So let's literally just like pass every fucking insane bill we can, including, you know, legislation that like it's not Terre Haute, it's Terre Haute. Dude, I don't care. Are you kidding me?
As high.
Have you met me? Have you been in this broadcast before, dude? You think I'm going to say it right now? I'm going to say it wrong on purpose. Like, Arkansas is Arkansas. I'm not going to fucking say it correctly. Nice sowing of division. You mean by Republicans? Yes, that is precisely what they're doing. It's called wedge issues. It's called the culture war, and it is precisely what Republicans do on a regular basis, which is, is everybody hyper focused on Ukraine? Well, let's make sure that like we can fucking push for some goddamn, you know, anti-trans legislation so that we can make it seem like we're being different than the Democratic Party. Say Worcester.
Happy 17 months XOXO.
Is it wrong? Am I saying it? It's Worcester. It's Worcester. Say Worcestershire sauce. Say Cuezo. Say jalapeno. Worcester, mate. Exercising doesn't do as much as you think for weight loss. Vox does a great job. No, you can never outwork your diet. We're not going to talk about that any further.
MGK
because
rocks.
I've already covered it extensively in my you know, we're doing news now. But yeah, that's a fundamental truth, is that you can never outwork your diet. But having said that, working out is still very good, especially if you do it every day. It's good for your mental health. It's good for your physical
Your
health.
boss makes $1.
It also
You
does
make a
help
dime.
with your
That's
weight
why
loss
we watch Hasan on
because,
company time.
you know, living a sedentary lifestyle is not good for your for weight loss. Anyway.
Long-time listener, first-time caller. Just curious, why goalpost moved to whataboutism in defense of being wrong? Thanks.
Nice. No, jacking off does not count as a workout. And here we have Elden Lord. This is awesome. A beautiful fan art from T. Banuwu. Love that. Made my Elden Lord character. My Elden Lord.
Smile.
This is the duality of Haas tweet. Writing Hasan fanfics versus Russian invasion of Ukraine. I don't know what you guys are doing out there. You're being crazy. Here's another meme. A no-fly zone will require bombing airfields and anti-air within Russia, triggering Russian counterattacks that could rapidly escalate to a nuclear exchange, killing tens of millions, versus no, it won't. The reason why old Onion memes work so perfectly still in this day and age is because we have not changed our shit at all, okay? We have never changed our attitude. We still think we're like totally a moral good in the world. And also we still behave like, other countries that we're warring with are not nuclear powers that have commodities that other countries are interested in, that have like somewhat, that have more of an economic power than you think they would. And instead, it's just little baby countries, okay? It's like Libya. You could just bully Russia mercilessly and endlessly and get away with it.
Yo.
Speaking of which, of course, we're going to talk about one other thing. Noam Chomsky Noam Chomsky wrote an article or had an interview with Truth Out. Noam Chomsky, famous for, his field in the work of linguistics, but also obviously, most importantly, I would say he is one of the most vocal. I would say he's one of the most vocal and one of the most important anti-imperialist voices in the Western world. He has routinely and time again talked about anti-imperialist attitudes, anti-imperialist actions, slash also, brought it back to how the media obviously traffics in manufacturing consent, specifically, which of course specifically is done to galvanize, and make Americans feel some type of way about our actions, our military actions all around the world. So he's also famous for being the oldest person on the planet. He's like 350 years old, I think. Literally has like mushrooms growing out of his face like a fucking Pirates of the Caribbean boss. But, obviously his most important and most prescient analysis usually revolves around America's involvement in foreign affairs and anti-imperialism in general. And speaking of America, repeating everything that it has done time and time again, I will have you know that Noam Chomsky is almost damn near directly in agreement with your boy on the issue in Russia and Ukraine and Russia's unfathomable escalations of violence in Ukraine and the opening up of Pandora's box. And basically the only alternative for regional stability revolving around democracy and diplomacy, and that basically thought you hate anarchists? Listen, dude, obviously I'd fucking make fun of anarchists, but Noam Chomsky showers. He fucks and he showers. So those are two things that
Lucky 13
has one on most of the crusties, okay? His crust is just age-related, not because he's not showering. Also, he is literally just not an online anarchist, so my gripe with anarchists usually revolve around anarchitties that are just rad libs that have decided that they need a more radical aesthetic than just being a liberal because they recognize liberalism is like kind of shitty. It's not good. Not a good look, sweaty, to be a lib in 2022. Imagine being a liberal in 2022. So they just basically say that they're fucking anarchists, but they're actually just liberals. They're just rad libs too. They're like annoying and impossible to fucking deal with. There are, of course, other anarchities as well. There's, of course, all types of anarchists that, some of which will then go and work with the CIA, stuff like that. We're not going to get into that. As long as you're an anti-capitalist, I'm happy, okay? Anyway. He's also one of the fathers of modern computability and problem solving, so this stream may run on GNOME tech. Really? I wonder if Noam Chomsky also runs the top of the hour ad break at the top of every hour, which comes at the top of every hour. Or I wonder if he would consider that to be an unjustifiable hierarchy to enforce upon an unwilling population of people who are also known as the unsubscribed, the unsullied, the unsubscribed, that will see the top of the hour 60-second ad break. But of course, there is a way to defeat that unjustifiable hierarchy, not through like a democratic consideration, not through like a coalition building or any sort of thing like that. You're not going to democratically vote against the ad break, but you can democratically go and pay $5, capitalism, to be able to avoid those ads by subscribing for $5. Or if you don't have $5, you can subscribe for free by, stealing someone else's Amazon Prime account and connecting it to your Twitch account and getting one free Prime subscription a month. That was probably my best and only segue that I will be allowed to do today before chat regularly debates me. Another way is if you get gifted a sub if you're lucky, but not a lot of people are. So here's the 1 minute ad break now. Are you advocating for stealing? I love theft. I'm such a fucking fan of theft, dude. I love theft. Theft is my favorite. I love theft. Big fan. One of the greatest examples of like a type of theft that is just like literally not only victimless but doesn't hurt anyone is like using your mom's Amazon Prime to connect to your Twitch account. You know what I mean? It's like that's a perfect example of the type of theft I'm talking about. Not like the type of theft I hate is obviously wage theft, for example, which of course not only goes unnoticed or will be considered a norm because the people that are the people that are writing the laws and the rules are writing them at the behest of capital owners who engage in that wage theft. The type of theft I like is the type of theft that I will overlook routinely and not care about is like if you're stealing from a giant mega corporation because they're already stealing from you regardless, okay? No matter what you do. Software piracy is the type of theft that I'm always an advocate for. I'm like openly an advocate for stealing software and IP. I fucking hate IP laws. I hate copyright. Always steal copyright. Always steal IP. It's ridiculous. Piracy is incredibly good. It's literally the reason why the internet was created. Fuck Microsoft. Fuck anyone that fucking tries to gatekeep that shit. Fuck anyone that stands in the way of open source software. Software is supposed to be open. The internet is supposed to be for piracy. The internet is supposed to be for, everyone's, at the behest of everyone and improve everyone's lives. And it should, and it still is, but Web 3.0 or whatever the fuck is actually going to probably make it worse. Open source equals stealing? No, I'm saying everything should be open source. And it's really, really silly that it's not. And it's very frustrating that it's not. When Mother's Day comes in May, we will celebrate all mothers who don't know their Prime accounts is connected to their Twitch account. Yeah. Yeah, I despise trying to create enclosures on the internet. I think it's fucking disgusting. I think those people are scumbags, straight up. Like, imagine trying to enforce one of the worst things that ever happened in human society development was enclosures. Imagine trying to enforce that so you can make like 35 cents every time someone looks at your dumbass fucking GIF. You know, it's like literally I would throw you in jail. I would throw you into an asteroid if I had the opportunity. The person who came up with that. Web3 is just another way for crypto bros to trick boomers and zoomers into throwing away their money. Yeah, it's just like, I really do hope it never takes root. It's disgusting. It's abhorrent. I fucking despise it. Straight up. You should switch from Windows to Linux since it's open source. Yeah, except I obviously don't have the fucking technical ability to be able to operate Linux. Just because it's open source doesn't mean I'm going to be able to do that. But I love OBS. Like, OBS is my favorite program on the planet. It has made millions of people's lives better. Every single person uses OBS. Can you imagine a world in which, like, someone tried to fucking safeguard OBS? Someone tried to fucking slap IP on OBS? Like, holy shit, dude. That's why I will go to war for OBS. I will fight motherfuckers for OBS. I will actually, I won't rise up for any nation. Like, I won't fucking take arms for any nation. But I will fucking fight for OBS, like, straight up. If Jim was like, hey, Hasan, I need you. You know, you're my strongest warrior, and I need you to fucking fight for me, I would take up arms, straight up. Have you donated to the OBS devs? Yes, I have. By the way, you don't even have to, but I do. Yes, I do donate to the OBS. I do donate to OBS, but you don't even need to because they already get, like, ironically, they get millions of dollars from, like, Facebook and shit because, you know, even those guys, at least on the one hand, are capitalist psychos, but still recognize the importance of OBS. Yeah, Wikipedia is another one. Wikipedia is a beautiful, I mean, it's run by fucking freaks, but those freaks keep the Wikipedia world going, you know? And it's a wonderful process. Wikipedia is communism. Anyway, it's like the software version. Would you commit war crimes for OBS? Maybe. What's your take on pirating movies? Incredibly good. What do you mean?
Holy shit, 13-month hassle.
Movies, anime, pirate everything, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? You crazy. You're crazy. It's just, are you guys like, how the fuck are you against Web3, you boomer? Jesus Christ, Sag, dude. I'm against Web3 because it literally is built upon creating digital enclosures, a concept that you are probably too stupid to fucking recognize, I guess. Like, I don't want to fucking make everything transactional. The internet works on
Eat the rich.
on basically, the internet basically fucking operates on the idea of voluntary and free partnerships. It's not transactional. That would ruin everything. Look at what we use. I use Chatterino, okay? Beautiful fucking application. I use Fossabot that Aiden created. Incredible application. Like, these are tools that make people's lives so much fucking better, okay?
Hey guys,
now imagine, like, not even that, but imagine, like, even the fucking memes that we are using here, okay? Even the memes that we're fucking using here are basically commoditized. I know it's the future. It's a hyper-capitalist future. Please stop. Imagine thinking Web 3.0 is only for transactions. Yeah, okay, dude.
I hope someone steals my heart.
What if I made you a cool free app, but it mines crypto in the background for me? Yeah. Tax-paying teens be able to vote since it's technically taxation without representation? Sure. Not like people vote anyway, dude. I love people freaking out about, like, teenagers voting, or like prisoners voting. It's like, this country literally does not vote. Like, we don't vote. We have a plurality of people within the voter eligible population that doesn't vote. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, let teenagers vote. Let babies vote. Fuck it. All right. Fuck the Web 3.0 combo. Let's get back to Noam. Noam, nearly 2 weeks into the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Russian forces continue to pummel cities and towns while more than 140 countries voted in favor of UN's non-binding resolution condemning the invasion and calling for a withdrawal of Russian troops. In light of Russia's failure to comply with the rules of international law, isn't there something to be said about the present juncture, about the institutions and norms of the post-war international order? It's quite obvious that the Westphalian state-centric world order cannot regulate the geopolitical behavior of state actors with respect to issues of war and peace and even sustainability. Isn't it therefore a matter of survival that we develop a new global normative architecture? Noam, of course, says if it's a matter of, death or survival, then we're lost because it's not going to happen.
Brain rot.
He wants to strengthen what exists. This is where he's like, this is where him and Varoufakis align, where they believe that the global partnerships like EU could be used for good, a concept that I also agree on, by the way. This is what actually separates me from the rest of the MLs and the rest of, like, the podcast boys and girls that I love, is that I do see a positive EU for good. Yikes. Yeah, no, I know. This is like, it doesn't. Currently, it does not. Okay? It does not. Currently, it does not. But that kind of international collaboration is an absolute necessity to build a fucking, that kind of international collaboration is absolutely a necessity. Like, it's just a real thing. It is absolutely a fucking necessity.
Open source.
It's
FOSS
just that
is nuanced.
it's of course
Copy
not going to
left
work
versus copyright.
in a
Email
you know,
force
bourgeois
for
capitalist
humanitarian
government
and
that is
education.
operating
Note,
for
I'm
the
not a crypto
interests of the
bro.
bourgeois and the material interests of the bourgeois rather than the workers. Like, I
13 months of
I
feeling
see it.
groggy.
I understand it, dude. I'm not gonna tell who I was disagreeing with on this, but like, I was having a fucking Instagram DM debate about someone that I know who's like, oh, I just found out that like Einstein did this like cool thing, and I was like, you know, and she fucking hates socialism, and I was like, you know, Einstein was a socialist, and she was like, no, he wasn't. I'm like, really? Actually, I'm going to read this fucking convo. Hold on. I'm going to read this convo that we had. It was pretty funny. It's like the dumbest fucking
Bring the brain rot
conversation.
on.
I don't know why people fucking argue with me on shit like this. It's so stupid sometimes. I said Einstein was a socialist. She said in the 1800s? Lol. I know you live to argue, but this was a bust. Okay.
Hassle.
And then I said socialism in the 1800s. Einstein literally wrote about why he's a socialist in 1949, Lamau. He was born in the late 1800s. I said, Google why socialism, Einstein. He didn't live through all the wars and countries already experiencing socialism and communism. You're rich off spewing socialism to poor people who give you money on Twitch. Sell your house, distribute the wealth. Being a socialist isn't a personality trait, and neither is being a gym bro. Haha, okay, I'm being a bitch. I'll stop because if you get mean to me, I'll cry. Okay, bye. I said he literally lived through World War II and wrote why socialism while the USSR was around. I think he knows better than both of us. And then I just went into like, I don't know why people fantasize about poor people giving me money. I'm an entertainment who covers the news. I play video games. People voluntarily give me money even though all the content is free. I own my own means of production and exploit no one. She said you can still distribute the wealth. That's
Give your loved
socialism.
ones a hug,
And
chat
then,
ass.
you know, we went into like the whole, it's not a poverty cult and it's not about wealth distribution. Not that it matters. And then she basically said that the government should not exist. She's an anarcho-capitalist. No, it's not Grimes.
Hassle.
Is this fun for you? Sometimes. You gotta stop DMing Ben Shapiro back, even if he sends you thirst traps. Ew.
Pogo.
Anyway, the great powers constantly violate international law, as do smaller ones when they can get away with it, commonly under the umbrella of a great power protector, as when Israel illegally annexes the Syrian Golan Heights and Greater Jerusalem, tolerated by Washington, authorized by Donald Trump, who also authorized Morocco's illegal annexation of Western Sahara. Under international law, it is responsibility of the UN Security Council to keep the peace, and if deemed necessary, I mean, that's a joke. Like, the UN Security Council is a fucking joke, right? Everybody knows that. It's, like, not even a funny joke, though, unfortunately. You know what I mean? Anyway, U.S. It doesn't reach the Security Council. U.S. wars in Indochina and the U.S.-UK invasion of Iraq or Putin's invasion of Ukraine, to take three textbook examples of supreme international crime for which Nazis were hanged at Nuremberg. More precisely, the U.S. is untouchable. Russian crimes at least receive some attention. The Security Council may consider other atrocities, such as the French-British-Israeli invasion of Egypt and the Russian invasion of Hungary in 1956. This is where the anarchist jumps out, but I do agree with him on this. So, you know, don't even get me started. This is where you know, the tankies, actual fucking tankies, will come out of the come crawling out of the woodworks and you know, tell you that you're wrong. Anyway, the former, but the veto blocks further action. The former was reversed by orders of a superpower, the U.S., which opposed the timing and manner of the aggression. The latter crime by a superpower could only be protested. Superpower contempt for the international legal framework is so common as to pass almost untouched. In 1986, the International Court of Justice condemned Washington for his terrorist war, in legalistic jargon, unlawful use of force against Nicaragua, ordering it to desist and pay substantial reparations. The U.S. dismissed the judgment with contempt with support of the liberal PES and escalated the attack. Yeah, remember that? The UN Security Council did try to reach a resolution calling on all nations to observe international law, mentioning no one, but everyone understood the intention. The U.S. vetoed it, proclaiming loud and clear as it is immune to international law. It has disappeared from history. Remember when Russia did the exact same thing in Ukraine? When everyone was like, oh, dude, we got to condemn Russia for invading Ukraine. And Russia was like, no, bitch, I'm vetoing it. And then they had to do a general assembly, in which case, like, it still doesn't matter even if they recognize it. And they're still fucking invading Ukraine. America won't even give reparations to fucking black people that they enslaved. What makes you think they're going to give some to Nicaragua? The only form of reparations or arming of brown folk that America engages in is if they're fucking reactionary paramilitaries that are like literally raping and murdering nuns and shit, okay? And getting trained by our military to do such atrocities. Anyway, okay. It is rarely recognized that contempt for international law also entails contempt for the U.S. Constitution, which we are supposed to treat with reverence according to the Bible. Article 6 of the Constitution establishes that the UN Charter as the supreme law of the land, binding on elected officials, including, for example, every president who resorts to the threat of force, banned by the Charter, blah, blah, blah. That stuff is boring. Just basically talking about how international law is bullshit, okay? It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Even if international law in the U.S., that's why I always laugh whenever people say international law. What about the violation of international law? I'm like, what do you mean? Like, what? That's not a real concept, dumbass. Wake up, please. You must be sleeping if you think that international law is a real concept. You sound like like Democrats that cry about Republicans violating rules. It's like, what are you talking about? You do, might is right, and you do what you can get away with, okay? Learn this really quickly, please. You will be disappointed for the rest of your life if you think that that's a real fucking concept.
On Turkish TV.
Okay? Anyway, even if international law and the U.S. Constitution were to be obeyed, its reach would be limited. It would not reach as far as Russia's horrendous Chechnya wars, leveling the capital city of Grozny, perhaps a hideous forecast of Kyiv, unless a peace settlement is reached. Agreed. Or in the same year as Turkey's war against Kurds, killing tens of thousands, destroying towns and villages, driving hundreds of thousands of miserable slums in Istanbul, all strongly supported by the Clinton administration, which escalated its huge flow of arms as the crimes increased. One also true. Straight the fuck up. Also, never forget, Bill fucking bombed a factory in Sudan that was used to produce medicine, and the people of Sudan still have not recovered from that atrocious crime. But Hillary Clinton earlier said, what is this, international law? Legal eagle? Shut the fuck up. He did not seriously make a video saying, can international law stop Putin's war in Ukraine? The answer is no, okay? No. International law only applies to smaller nations, and it's only applied to smaller nations when America wants to invade them. Therefore, violate the same international law. I mean, I'm sure actually, Legal Eagle's pretty woke. I'm pretty sure he's like,
if you see this in work at Starbucks,
he will probably end up saying no.
Like me, brother.
Okay. Legal Eagle, not international Legal Eagle. Okay. Turkey's war against Kurds, killing tens of thousands. International law does not bar the U.S. specialty of murderous sanctions to punish successful defiance or stealing. Dude, he's so fucking good. God damn, he's just spitting, dude. He is fucking spitting so hard. Yeah. Where is the international law when you engage in collective action and starve out an entire population? 500,000 fucking deaths in Iraq as a consequence of our sanctions. Where's the international law then? Did they deserve it? No. According to Madeleine Albright, they did, but, yeah, where's the international law there? On foreign policy, Noam has never missed. I mean, there's some misses. It always happens, but I'm bricked up. Okay. Stealing the funds of Afghans while they face mass starvation, nor does it bar torturing 1 million children in Gaza or 1 million Uyghurs sent to the re-education camps, and all too much more. How can this be changed? Not much is likely to be achieved by establishing a new parchment barrier, to borrow James Madison's phrase, referring to mere words on paper. A more adequate framework of international order may be useful to educational and organizing purposes, and as indeed international law is. But it is not enough to protect the victims. That can only be achieved by compelling the powerful to cease their crimes, or in the longer run, undermining their power altogether. That's what many thousands of courageous Russians are doing right now in their remarkable efforts to impede Putin's war machine. It is what the Americans have done in protesting the many crimes of their state, facing much less serious repression with good effect, even if insufficient. Thank you, the Lionless Nut, for the 5 gifted subs. Steps can also be taken to construct a less dangerous and more humane world order. For all of its flaws, the European Union is a step forward beyond what existed before. The same is true of the African Union, however limited it remains. And in the Western Hemisphere, the same is true for such initiatives as UNISUR, the Union of South American Nationals, and CELAC, the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, the latter seeking Latin American Caribbean integration separate from the U.S., dominated the U.S.-dominated Organization of American States. The OAS is like the arm that the American State Department effectively uses regularly to justify and legitimize the unjustifiable and illegitimate coups d'etats that occur in countries, or to, say, oh, we've declared your elections are legitimate as long as it's a fucking, if it's an ultra-nationalist, fascist coup d'etat in Bolivia, then hey, who knows? I mean, Evo really fucked up, right? I mean, Evo Morales he wants to change his constitution so he can fucking stay in power for longer. I mean, I don't know about that, but ultra-nationalist fucking right-wing Christian fascists, they violently seize control over the country, and I don't know. Anyway. The questions arise constantly in one or another form. Up to virtually the day of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the crime very possibly could have been averted by pursuing options that were well understood. No. What a fucking tanky. What a Putin puppet. Imagine being the biggest Putin puppet, tanky, Noam Chomsky. How dare you say that there was actually... How dare you not toe the line that every American is towing currently, which is that Putin exclusively is in it with skin in the game, just wants to fucking kill Ukrainian babies, okay? There is no other. There can never be a secondary reason or explanation for why he is behaving in this way, okay? It's just he's a madman, and you need to understand that he's just a madman, and he's only doing this. There's no way to avoid it. There's no way to fucking try to stop this through diplomatic means. Someone call Noam a Leninist and see what he says. No, the people that fucking don't even understand the distinction between anarchists and Leninists say that people are fucking tankies, okay? Anyway. Austrian-style neutrality for Ukraine, some version of Minsk II federalism reflecting the actual commitments of Ukrainians on the ground. There was little pressure to induce Washington to pursue peace, nor did Americans join in the worldwide ridicule of the odes to sovereignty on the part of the superpower that is in a class by itself in its brutal disdain for the notion. The option still remains, though narrowed after the criminal invasion. Putin demonstrated the same reflexive resort to violence, although peaceful options were available. It's true that the U.S. continued to dismiss what even high U.S. officials and top-ranking diplomats have long understood to be a legitimate Russian security concern. Huh. Wait a minute. Why is Noam Chomsky saying that? I thought only fucking tankies who love sucking Vladimir Putin's cock would say things like, this is a legitimate Russian security concern or a red line. But options other than criminal violence remained open. The OSCE observers have been reporting sharply increased violence in the Donbass region, which many, not just Russia, charged was largely at Ukrainian initiative. No, dude. They're just a fucking small bean. You have such a hate boner for America that you almost justify Putin's actions? Fucking Lamau? No, I don't. Putin's invasion and actions are entirely unjustifiable and have ruined most opportunities to handle this through diplomacy, as Noam Chomsky also correctly points out. But the idea that like Ukraine is a small bean and America has no say in this process, and that like Ukraine is just a small bean, neurodivergent minor country, and totally did not fucking escalate or was not responsible for more than the half the, if not the majority, well not if not the majority of fucking casualties in Donbass, is a silly one. You're a silly bitch. It's true. As I have shown time and time again, that, you know, as I've shown time and time again on this broadcast, that the Ukrainian Defense Ministry itself said we will not do another Minsk agreement. Why did they feel that they were comfortable enough that Russia would not invade or that Russia would not retaliate in a violent way over their routine refusal to institute a Minsk agreement? How dare Ukrainians fight a civil war because Putin wants to annex half their country, the fucking idiots? Dog. You have to, at a certain point, you have to recognize that, because you must have at this point, because a no-fly zone has not happened, you have to recognize that, like, this is not a conversation between Ukraine and Russia. This is a conversation between Western superpowers who are utilizing the legitimate interests of sovereignty that Ukrainians have and the legitimate interests that Ukrainians want to fight back against Russia by guiding them down, in the words of Mersheimer, the primrose path. It's just the fucking truth. Otherwise, there would have been some kind of fucking NATO involvement, which never was going to happen, obviously. Like they claimed there could be some NATO involvement, but it never came. Or there would have been some kind of fucking no-fly zone instituted, which the Ukrainians keep demanding, and it's not coming. Okay? It doesn't mean it's right. It does not mean it's right. Are we supposed to just appease every country with nukes that wants to invade its neighbor? No. You're supposed to, well, first of all, kind of, technically. The unfortunate reality to that answer is that yes, and we do actually. Unless the other country also has nukes, in which case you have India versus Pakistan. But that's the truth. Like, the sad part about this conversation is that, like, when I say this, you think, well, that's a moral stance that Hasan is taking. Okay? That's a moral stance that Hasan is taking. Like, how dare he defend these kind of unjustifiable actions? Like, no, dude. That's just what is going on in front of your eyes that I keep repeating to you instead of fucking telling you a lie. Like, I could just tell you a lie and say, oh, man, it's so unacceptable. And, you know, we should do a no-fly zone in Ukraine. Like, come on, why don't we do that? There's no way to do a diplomatic a process here. Ukraine is completely, Ukraine is going to win this war. It's going to happen. Like, they're going to purge the Russian forces, like, totally. That's what's happening. Absolutely. Like, if you want, I could do that. I could keep doing that over and over again. But that's not the truth. You know? My only issues with the take is that Ukraine not knowing it's being taken advantage of the U.S. and NATO or being naive. Realpolitik exists in Ukraine too. No, dude, I know that they know that. And they're making the wrong choice if they recognize that. But in some ways, or in many ways, they're just stuck. There's nothing else they can do. And the example I use all the time is the Kurds. Kurdish people know full well throughout their contemporary history that if they align with the United States, they'll give them guns, they'll give them training, they'll lie to them and tell them that you'll have a nation state. But then Kurds themselves fucking know that they are going to get rolled over and absolutely destroyed by the Turkish military forces the moment that America is done playing with them as a fucking toy. Okay? Yeah. And they know it, and the Kurds know it. Kurds know that, but they're so desperate that they're still relying on it.
Three fucking years.
The worst actor in the situation is still the United States of America, though. You know why? And yet the USA is the only country that has helped the Kurds besides other European countries? Yeah, totally, dude. Really helping the Kurds with that one. Turkey is America's dog, okay? Turkey, the country of Turkey, is America's fucking lapdog.
Live and alive, baby.
Yeah, we in Turkey play a little bit of fucking neutrality game when we talk about fucking dealing with Russia versus dealing with America. But Turkey is America's dog. America says bark. Turkey says I will bark the hardest for you, sir. Okay?
Yikes,
So why hasn't America created a peaceful negotiation or managed a peaceful negotiation between Kurds and an autonomous Kurdish nation state or an autonomous zone as a part of a nation-building project and the Turks? Why is it that the United States of America regularly is like, oh, no, we'll give you a state. You'll have your state. I promise. You're going to have your state. And then they never let you have that state and then literally allow the Turkish forces, the NATO forces, to use Bayraktars to zap your fucking grandma. Every time. It has happened like a million times since the fucking 80s. Why? Because it's in their best interest to keep weaponizing you and use Kurds as a destabilizing force in the Middle East. The pathway to a Kurdish nation state or Kurdish autonomy, whether you like to admit it or not, revolves around building coalitions and relationships with the regional leaders and not the United States of America. And the only way that you can do that is, of course, yeah, people are calling me a FETÖ'cü for this take. Fethullah Gülen is literally a fucking CIA asset. Suck my dick. Fuck Fethullah Gülen. Dumbass. Yes, the United States finds Kurds to be of more value as mercenaries, not a nation with its own interests. Ne diyorsun? Ne olacak sanıyorsun ki? Tabii abi bizim istediğimiz olacak. Hem NATO ülkesiyiz hem Avrupa ülkesi, bölgesel bir gücüz. YPG teröristlerin Amerikalı silahları PKK'ya vermesini unutuyorsun ama biraz ağlamak olmuş. Hayır, biraz önce söyledim. Sen İngilizce anlamıyorsun herhalde. Resmen bunu açıkça söyledim. Tam 5 dakika önce İngilizce söyledim. Başlarken hatta. Anyway. The point is that there is a direct line, like a one-to-one parallel between the way that America and Western nations are treating Ukraine versus the way that America and Western nations treat Kurds, okay? The difference there, of course, is that Ukraine has its own nation-state project and has been a successful one so far, obviously with, like, tweaks, you know, obviously with oligarchs that fucking starve out the population, yada, yada, regular capitalist shit that happens in every country. But other than that, they do have a nation-state with borders. How many other 36-month subs are there? What even is this 36-month badge? It looks like a dead owl or something. I can't even describe it. It's fish, bro. It's fucking fish as Karl Marx, but old man Karl Marx. Blaming the entirety of the U.S. for Trump's stupidity and greenlighting Turkey to invade Syria is a little too far-fetched for me. You think Turkey gets to do shit in its own backyard without America's go-ahead? What are you, fucking stupid? What happened, dude? Are you out of your mind?
16.
You think America quite literally is not like, yeah, go ahead, go murder all the Kurds in northern Syrian corridor, go do whatever the fuck you want. That has always been the case, and that is always what will continue to happen. Anyway,
I want to have a grizzled.
So anyway, Putin could have sought to establish that charge if it's correct and to bring it to international attention. That would have strengthened this position. So this is where a little bit, I think this is where Noam Chomsky is being a little bit too fucking, I don't know, a little bit too silly.
Let the 6
maybe
months of great
maybe he's being a little silly, like he thinks that like the rest of the planet is gonna give a fuck. Like You know, that when Russia says like, oh, they're fucking, you know, they're escalating conflict in Donbass and like a lot of people are dying. Like, I don't think the rest of the world gives a shit. You know what I mean? State Department has only been wrong about Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Bolivia, Venezuela, Yemen, Syria, and Israel, Palestine in the last couple of decades. Just trust them, bro. I know. More significantly, Putin could have pursued the opportunities which were real to appeal to Germany and France and carry forward the prospects of a common European home along the lines proposed by de Gaulle and Gorbachev, a European system with no military alliances from the Atlantic to the Urals, even beyond, replacing the Atlanticist NATO-based system of subordination to Washington. That is nuclear-grade hopium and copium. Like, if Noam Chomsky thinks this is a legit fucking thing that could have ever happened, he must be high on crack and black tar heroin at the same time. He's speedballing and mainlining both of these things at the same time. America would never allow that to happen. Oh my Lord. They don't even want they won't even let Nord Stream 2 to happen. Anyway, he hates ML so bad he's boycotting materialist analysis. I mean, this is like
4 months hassle.
Cracked out, okay? Straight up. Can you imagine? America's like, yeah, we're gonna allow the abolition of NATO so that there is a Euro like Russian partnership. Oh my God, dude. That's insane. Okay, whatever. That has been the core background issue for a long time, heightened during the current crisis. A common European home refers to many advantages of Europe. Intelligent diplomacy might have advanced the prospects. Instead of pursuing diplomatic options, Putin reached for the revolver. This is true. An all too common reflex of power. Also true. The result is devastating for Ukraine, with the worst probability still to come. The outcome is also a very welcome gift to Washington, as Putin has succeeded in establishing the Atlanticist system even more solidly than before. As I've said thus far, strategic genius at play here, that like you could not have given a bigger gift to Washington than invading Ukraine. Like, you literally gift wrap NATO. You're losing Finland and Sweden and any kind of neutrality you could have had there. You basically fucking legitimized every fear that the Baltic states had. It's over. You know, it's just the worst. The absolute dumbest fucking move. Which, of course, the gift is so welcome that some sober and well-informed analysts have speculated that it was Washington's goal all along. We should be thinking hard about these matters. One useful exercise to compare the rare appearance of Jaw with the daily use of war, to borrow Churchill's rhetoric. Perhaps peacemakers are indeed blessed. If so, the good Lord doesn't have to put in overtime hours. Anyway, the rest of it is just like, buried in the press report of Putin and Macron conversation with the routine inflammatory headline about the goals of Putin was a brief report of what Putin actually said. In its own readout of the call, the Kremlin said that Mr. Putin had told his French counterpart that his main goal was the demilitarization and neutral status of Ukraine. Those goals, the Kremlin said, will be achieved no matter what. In a rational world, this comment would be headlined, and commentators would be calling on Washington to seize what may be an opportunity to end the invasion before a major catastrophe that will devastate Ukraine and may even lead to terminal war if Putin's not offered an escape hatch from the disaster he has created. Instead, we're hearing the usual war pronouncements. Again, chef's kiss from Noam Chomsky, okay? Straight up. Straight the fuck up. Of course, when I say this, you again say, I'm trying to suck Putin's cock because I say anything outside of, like, he's a madman who just wants to literally genocide Ukraine. You're so stupid. You're so crazy. Remember when you were fucking wrong about, Putin invading Ukraine. You said it would never happen. It would never happen. Okay? That is the off-ramp. The off-ramp is reinstituting Minsk. Okay? You also said I would suck his cock. I said I would suck his cock to end the invasion. Okay? And if you wouldn't, you're a fucking piece of shit. And you're selfish. You're a selfish top if you wouldn't. Anyway, Instead, we're hearing the usual war pronouncements pretty much across the board, beginning with the renowned foreign policy analyst Thomas Friedman. Today, the New York Times tough guy counsels, Vladimir, you haven't felt the half of it yet. Dude, drop every New York Times columnist into Donbass right now. Just a parachute and a fucking Rambo knife, okay? Let God sort it out. And by God, I mean a fucking Russian gunship, okay? I'm sick and tired of these motherfuckers. Just fucking PUBG their asses, dude. Just a straight column. Just laser. Every single one. In PUBG, of course, I mean. Friedman's essay is a celebration of the cancellation of Mother Russia. It may be usefully compared to his reaction to the comparable or worse atrocities for which he shares responsibility. He is not alone. That's how things are in a very free but deeply conformist intellectual culture. A rational response to Putin's reiteration of his main goal would be to take him up on his offer on what has long been understood to be the basic framework of a peaceful resolution. To repeat, Austrian-style neutrality for Ukraine, some version of Minsk II federalism reflecting the actual commitments of Ukrainians on the ground. Sorry. Rationality would also entail doing this without the pathetic posturing about sovereign rights for which we have utter contempt and which are not infringed any more than Mexico's sovereignty is infringed by the fact that it cannot join a Chinese-based military alliance and host joint Mexico-China military maneuvers and Chinese offensive weapons aimed at the United States. Oh, I'm getting so turned on, so bricked up by the just like that. It's true. Fucking true. It would be unimaginable. You could never make a one-to-one comparison regardless because, like, we lose our fucking shit. We say China is doing imperialism when they're even doing soft power. When they're doing soft power, one belt, one road initiative shit, we lose our fucking shit. Okay? Even at the thought of, like, them implementing, like, IMF-style loan programs that these, like, African nations are perfectly happy to fucking take. Because, you know, historically, at least, they haven't fucking been enslaved or have their, you know, national banks be controlled by China. So they're like, hey, maybe this will be different this time. Okay? Even then, Americans are like, what the fuck? How are they doing this? This is a national security problem. We need to deal with it immediately. Okay? But God forbid, dude, imagine like China does a NATO style fucking alliance against America and like literally tries to fucking bring in all of the Latin American countries and then also Canada into this you know, anti-American coalition, the Fuck America coalition, let's call it, you know? The FAC. You would be coming, dude. I would join it so quick. I'd be like, dude, I can't speak Mandarin, but no, I'm just kidding. No, I would not be coming, you fucking idiot. Death is not funny, bro. I draw the line here. I will get my knowledge from Aiden now. Also, Amaranth appreciates me. Bye, buddy. Love you.
Radical, really cool stuff. Great guy.
This whole Ukraine thing proves Belt wrote isn't the military entity our media was telling us to freak out about. Dude, what do you mean? They'll change it like that, dude. If you think that these fucking lapdog hogs with zero fucking brains that only have the capacity to literally repeat exactly what they heard 3 minutes prior from MSNBC, CNN, YouTube essays, whoever the fuck, okay? If you think that they won't change and fervently oppose one belt, one road if the media did the exact same thing that they're doing with fucking Ukraine, you're out of your mind, okay? The American population are servile, subservient pig dogs, okay? Give me fucking slop and tell me I'm a good boy and pat me in the fucking belly and I will literally repeat and get angry at whatever the fuck you want me to get angry at, okay? Are you insane? Oh, dude, yeah. They love standing with Ukraine. Wait till they want to, wait, just wait. It's already dying down. People don't give a shit about Ukraine. Chapo live show segment about American.
As long as we're talking about current events, I gotta say, there's like anytime a war happens, like we all remember what it was like when this country did the war in Iraq, and it was like if you questioned it, you were like objectively you're on the side of the terrorists. There are so many people that are thrilled right now that another country of comparable size and military might to America is doing their own version of the Iraq war and like a completely unjustified invasion of another country, because it allows them to just be like, okay, America's the good guy now, right? We're the good guy. Because Russia's the bad guy, and you have to say Russia's the bad guy, and that invalidates everything that America has done leading up to this. Right. And it's like, why can't you just condemn Putin? Why can't you just condemn Putin? Well, it's like, okay, I do. Fine. I condemn my own government, but it does fuck all. What is it going to do for Russia? No, but like, I just like, you should never let people be like bully you into thinking that you have to take this like sort of imaginary reasonable position. It's like, why can't you just do this one thing? Well, if you let people push you around by that, like it's never going to be good enough for them. It's never going to be good enough. And if like, what they want you to do is just support an escalation of this war, which I'm sorry, I'm not going to, and no one should.
Even, it doesn't matter if you say...
Hasan, you've literally said this before. Yeah, I mean, well... The Chapo boys and I are good friends, and I love them, and I think their takes are good. You know, we sometimes have disagreements, rarely, but...
You are against the invasion, as virtually everyone I know has. They're going to act like you didn't say it so they can keep fucking talking. Because
Which is pretty funny. Like, I mean, Felix knows. Like, he sees the fucking treatment that I get, the ass-blasting treatment that I get from fucking all these, like, psychos on the internet. Like, literally, it's just like, it doesn't matter. I have a Putin is very bad Ukraine fucking sign. I could literally just be like, dude, I could do call to arms, like an international, I could follow the international call to arms and like go to fucking Mariupol and like kill and literally fucking cut off the heads of like Russian conscripts. And they would still be like, dude, you're not doing enough. You didn't kill enough Russians. Like, what the fuck? It's very clear that you just... You know, it's very clear that your allegiance. Because the moment I turn around and say, hey, this is literally fucking, like, insane. What is happening here is fucking insane. They're still going to turn around and be like, well, that's unacceptable, Sweaty. Okay? Your tweets should absolutely reflect the unconditional support for nuclear war. You'll be side by side with some interesting patches and armbands? Yeah, I mean, that too.
they are so excited to have a war like this where America is not, in their minds, one of the bad guys.
Subscribe for 6
No
months.
matter what, you cannot jump when they tell you to fucking jump. And in 5 years, when some Frankenstein collection of right-wing militias is terrorizing Ukraine just like it has, using our weapons, and they pretend like they weren't riding this fucking wave, you better remember.
Putin bad, Ukraine good.
Your delivery gives off the impression that you're only saying it to appease the chat. I want you to feel pain. I'm serious. When you say this, again, you are literally proving what they're talking about here. It's not enough that you say that obviously it's fucking completely unjustifiable to invade a country and bomb their residential buildings. Okay? Like, it's not enough. But even then, it's like your delivery makes it seem like you're fake. What can I do? I've raised money. Like, I don't have to appease you, okay? I don't have to appease you. I don't have to do any of these things. I do it because I believe in it, okay? And yet, these self-important psychopaths who get fucking horned up from, who get horned up by their, like, YouTube daddies, okay? Who tell them that, like, I'm bad. And they go to their fucking subreddits and, like, reinforce those values, will literally fucking, no matter what, say that I am not doing enough. I am never doing enough. It's never going to happen. You can tone police me all you want. You can suck my dick too.
Well, now let's move on to the TV pilot we wrote for you guys tonight.
Anyway, that was a really good take by them.
No, it's like, and also like, yeah, Putin's a bad guy, but like he's in power largely because of this fucking country. Like we literally chose him to fucking like he was our guy. So like I mean, the fact that Russia is doing something that's very similar to what this country does all the fucking time does not fucking get all the people who supported the Iraq War off the hook. And this is what they really think and want now.
I learned it from watching you, Dad.
This is what they want, because they've been tired of like, this is why there's all these articles now about like the left's Putin problem. It's because these people have had to spend the last 16 years taking it on the chin because you know, like if you were against the Iraq War, you can hold that over them. And
I feel like these guys just hate that the U.S. is on the good side now. The United States is not and never will be on the good side since World War II. That's it. That's the last time the United States was on the good side of anything, okay? Shut the fuck up. It is literally, there is no side that the United States enters a conflict without looking for an opportunity for themselves. If you think that nations engage in actions because they're purely evil or purely good, you are a dumbass, okay? And when I say this, people get very upset at me. They say, Hasan, why can't you use like less spicy language? You kept calling us a dumbass over and over again for in the lead up to the Ukrainian invasion, and that really hurt my fucking feelings. But it's true. You think like life is a Marvel movie. It's incredibly stupid. There is no good side or bad side. But if you want to apply good side, bad side, if you want to apply moralistic values to fucking foreign policy and international relations, then America is, no matter what side they're at, the bad side. Okay? No matter what. It's crazy. It's crazy to think that, like, America's the good side in this, dude. What do you mean? America could literally fucking stop this tomorrow if they wanted. I'm going to be honest. They could stop this tomorrow. They have all of the power. We are so incredibly powerful. It is, like, impossible for you to comprehend. NATO is our invention, okay? The Marshall Plan, side by side with NATO, is our invention to turn the entirety of the European Union into a fucking client state. It's a consortium of client states to work at our behest. We rebuilt Western Europe specifically so we could control it. And we could utilize it in the Cold War against Russia, against the USSR, so that capitalism could fucking win. And it did. We won. We, as Americans, we won. Capitalism won, okay? The reason why I say we, the reason why I say fucking we in this situation is because I need people to understand that I am still in America. I'm an American citizen, okay?
Has capital.
All of that matters. Every part of that process throughout history fucking matters. Okay? And that's precisely why the United States had every opportunity to put an end to this.
Ireland, using
but
Putin
instead,
as a boogeyman,
we are fed this idea that, like, Putin is a fucking madman who just, like, wants to destroy, he wants to genocide Ukraine, he wants to genocide Ukraine, he wants to genocide Ukraine. And that could be true. Maybe it's fucking true. But that should never stop us from trying to at least exhaust diplomatic options. I'm even conceding on that front to all of you. I'm conceding on that front and telling you, even if it is true that he's a genocidal madman, you turn around and you say, that's appeasement, that's appeasement, that's appeasement. Dog, what we're doing currently is appeasement. Okay? What we're doing currently in this very moment is appeasement. We're not in war. There is no World War III. The opposite of appeasement is World War III in a global nuclear World War III, which means, you know, nuclear holocaust. Didn't Turkey try that in Antalya? Dude, are you fucking... Oh, come on, Turks. You think Turkey has any fucking power? Come on. Come on, bro. There's one country that has power. It's not France. It's not Germany. They've already tried. It's the United States of America. You can thank the administration for letting the Ukrainian people die without intervention. Yeah, any death at the hands of the violent fucking Russian military forces does not have equal responsibility, but still bears responsibility within the State Department's attitude towards Russia and their lack of interest in fucking trying to put an end to this, and instead using Ukraine like Afghanistan, which they literally fucking openly state they're doing. When I say it, you say I'm a tanky. When Hillary Clinton says it, though, she's openly admitting to it. You know? What do you think about Erdogan meeting the president of Israel? It's not surprising. I know that like Turks are mad because of Mavi Marmara, understandably so, where Israel famously fucking drop shipped into a fucking into a humanitarian mission ship going into Gaza and literally murked every single fucking Turk there, including one Turkish American citizen, as a matter of fact. 10 humanitarian activists were fucking murdered by the IDF. There's videos of it if you ever want to watch it. It's fucking gruesome. It's disgusting. Back in 2010, the Mavi Marmara disaster, where they straight up helicoptered in to a fucking humanitarian mission into Gaza that was bringing in supplies to the people of Gaza. And they murdered every Turk. And then they put their fucking quote-unquote guns. That was the most disgusting shit, dude. I mean, it was a little act of terror. Like, it was just straight another, what else is new? The IDF is a terrorist organization. They do terror every fucking day. Not surprising. But they put their fucking guns, they put the guns that they found on the ship. It was literally like butter knives and fucking, you know, like a fire axe. You know what I mean? Not a single gun on the ship. You can find the videos. You can watch them shoot unarmed people from their helicopter, which they roped into a humanitarian ship and mercilessly executed 10 Turkish people. Anyway. Yeah, the Gaza Flotilla raid. Mavi Marmara is the name of the ship. International law, baby. What's up? International law, right? You said the USA could end this war tomorrow. How? Literally concessions, negotiation, exhausting the diplomatic opportunities, and giving Russia an out, an exit ramp. Giving Russia an exit ramp. Dude, we can't get our own people to wear a mask or get a free shot. This big bad conspiracy stuff is nonsense. Dude, America has the biggest fucking dick at the table still, okay? It's gotten a little bit smaller. It's getting colder out there. So America's penis is shriveling a little bit.
Yeah, baby, let's go.
Because the Chinese penis is coming. But ultimately, it still has the biggest dick. It's not a fucking big bad conspiracy. Stop washing away literally 100 years of fucking international relations that has been carefully crafted, conducted, and done specifically so that like a global capitalist hegemony could exist with America at the fucking imperial throne. Like, how do liberals justify Israel's actions, America's actions, and the lack of condemnation for America in a similar capacity to the understandable and desirable condemnations towards Russia for the exact same actions? How? I would even go so far as to say there's more justifiable. It's still unjustifiable regardless, but at least one is in your fucking backyard. The other one is literally, tens of thousands of miles away. How has the world not fucking gotten together and said, America, what the fuck are you doing? You can't invade Iraq. That's unacceptable. We're going to sanction you. How? Explain to me how, if this is a big global conspiracy. Or maybe maybe it's just not a global conspiracy at all. It's just out and about in the open. American libs are the biggest nationalists and Western supremacists when it comes to geopolitics? Oh, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. It's wild to just like hand wave away hundreds of years of fucking foreign policy, okay, and international relations and also global capitalism for a brief moment to just like defend, oh, little America, we can't even get people to wear masks. Come on, we can't do any domestic policy. Yeah, it doesn't matter because the State Department is in unison, okay? That is a fist. Our corporations and our capital owners work side by side with our State Department, okay? There's always bipartisan consensus when it comes to American imperialism. Do you think that is an accident? There's like one person that fucking voted against invading Afghanistan. One person in Congress. That's it. One. You're going to fucking tell me that that's a conspiracy? America has no power. America has no power. It's just an accident that Nancy Pelosi was clapping when Juan Guaido was being put up as the real, it should be installed as the real leader of Venezuela. When Donald Trump, who's the big bad Nazi. No, it wasn't Bernie. No, it wasn't. It's just like, what? How did this happen? America is now a small bean. That's it. Small bean politics in America.
But you know what is
no doubt about it. We're living in.
But that's the other thing. Like, we're starving fucking kids in Afghanistan right now. All those women that we supposedly give a shit about, we're literally starving them. We're starving them in Afghanistan currently as we have this conversation. There's an ongoing famine in Yemen with our guns and our laser targeting systems being done by our fucking allies. And you sit here and you say, oh, America has no power. There is no power. We can't do that. What the fuck? These are not false equivalencies. You just want to feel comfortable. We're starving Venezuela and Cuba right now just because they're communist too low, but they're not even communist. It's crazy to me, man. It's crazy. It's crazy that any American sits here and fucking tries to use this as an opportunity. Use this as an opportunity to try to like hand wave away America's crimes or claim that this is whataboutism. When I have spent every fucking waking moment talking about Russia's war crimes, Russia's unjustifiable actions for the past fucking 2 weeks, okay, since the invasion began. And it's wild to me that a fucking brief moment where we talk about America's like insane amount of global power and goodwill that it's created or forcibly created for itself being used towards diplomacy when it's not being used towards diplomacy. And if America bears a little bit of the share of responsibility in that circumstance, knowing full well that they were never going to allow Ukraine to join NATO, but never openly admitting that reality for God knows what reason, I wonder, or you know, numerous other things like that, not trying to enforce a Minsk-style neutralization agreement that would have, you know, hurt Ukrainians' feelings in that situation and denied them their sovereignty, certainly. But I think that is still ultimately better than us using them like a fucking cum rag, okay? Because they have a genuine interest in purging the Russian invader forces. Like, we're literally just fucking... We're fleshlighting Ukraine like we did in Afghanistan, like the Mujahideen. You know who survives? You know who fucking suffers in that situation? Regular citizens, regular civilians. Sick and tired of fucking hearing so many mothers cry about their children dying and you know, people fucking forced to leave their homes and bombs exploding over their fucking heads. Right now in Mariupol, there are dead bodies on the fucking street. The Ukrainian authorities are telling people to literally fucking just bind their hands and arms and put a tarp over it and leave your fucking dead relatives there. And we'll maybe be able to clear those bodies inevitably. You think that's good? You think that's justifiable? It's happening because Russia is invading Ukraine, certainly. But any kind of way to get the fuck out of the situation needs to be exhausted. But it doesn't matter because a lot of you do not fucking care. You don't care about that brutality. You're bricked up for fucking war. Some people, maybe not in this chat, but in most places, feel like this is a good opportunity for America to be like, yeah, we're doing good work here. We're doing good work. Any moment that we're not giving guns and instead working towards diplomacy, working towards negotiating against this madman, this fucking violent madman, certainly, is a moment that another Ukrainian is dying for no fucking reason. And perhaps, despite what our foreign policy interests are in literally using Ukraine as a fucking, as a fleshlight, basically, or using Ukraine as a weapon against like weakening Russia and using Ukrainian bodies for that reason. Okay? No matter what our State Department's interests are in that situation, the only thing that could potentially change the public outcome on this is if the media was doing its fucking job. But of course it's not. And even then it probably wouldn't change anything. But it doesn't hurt to try. It doesn't hurt to try and I don't know, change public attitude. But no, they won't do it. That's why they're like hyping up the fucking no-fly zone attitudes. It's worked in Libya. Maybe it'll work in Ukraine. Of course not. Of course not going to work in Ukraine because you're fighting not against Libya, a weakened fucking state, but against a fucking global power, a territorial superpower. I'm not naive about Putin. Even if he's a fucking bloodthirsty maniac who wants to genocide Ukrainians, there is no reason not to fucking try and find a diplomatic solution and exhaust that diplomatic solution, because the alternative is what? It's what? Do you think there's an opportunity here where like Putin just like gets his shit pushed in, goes home, fuck it, I'm gonna put my toys back in the fucking trunk and get out of here? Do you think he brought the Iskander missile launching platforms for funsies, or do you think he's gonna use them in Ukraine the moment that he's like, all right, fuck this, we've taken too many fucking casualties, I'm done? What do you think happens when those platforms launch? Not just fucking, what do you think happens when those platforms launch something that America has launched before as well? Like a little baby nuke, maybe. Just to do a show of force. Just to demonstrate exactly how powerful Russia can be if they want to be. Ukraine is more of a condom than a fleshlight? True. That is what's going on. How are we responsible for Putin invaded? No, Putin still bears the brunt of the lion's share of the responsibility. Okay? The lion's share of the responsibility. Of course. Make no mistake. You have to feel. The only reason why you can feel this way, I think, the only way you can arrive at the conclusion other than what I'm saying, being like that Putin is still fucking ultimately responsible, is if you think like America has to be good here. Like America has to be good. I think that's like the main difference in opinion here.
In times of catastrophic crisis where
you say those words, but your overall coverage gives off sussy vibes. I don't care. I don't care to fucking make your fifis feel better about like American hegemonic power. Okay. It just like it's so stupid. Like I'm not gonna fucking bend over backwards for your interests so you feel more comfortable.
The lives of innocent civilians are sacrificed in the wars of their masters. Yes, in Ukraine, but not only. Since the last plenary, tens of thousands of Afghani citizens have been forced to flee in search of food and safety. 5 million children face famine, an agonising and painful death, a 500% increase in child marriages and children being sold just so they can survive, and not a mention of it. Not here, not anywhere. No wall-to-wall TV coverage, no emergency humanitarian response, no special plenaries, not even a mention in this plenary, no Afghani delegations and no statements. My God, they must be wondering, what makes their humanitarian crisis so unimportant? Is it the colour of their skin? Is it that they're not white? They're not European? That their problems come from a US gun or a US invasion? Is it that the decision to rob their country's wealth was taken by a despotic US president rather than a Russian one? Because, my God, all wars are evil and all victims deserve support. And until we get on that page...
And the fucking dumbasses will turn around and be like, she's doing all lives matter here, sweaty. She's doing, like, the disgustingness in which I've seen fucking actual, like, literally, like, fucking anarcho-communists or whatever, like, people with black flags on their fucking Twitter bios. Oh, my Lord. The amount of people that I've heard say, like, this is an all lives matter take. You're trying to all lives matter. Hey, dumbass. All lives matter is an unjustifiable and bullshit position because the people that are pushing for all lives matter are not actually hurt in any situation. They're just using it as a deflection, okay? They're using that as a way to deflect the conversation away. This is ongoing shit. If white people were being fucking brutally murdered at a disproportionate rate by the police and we were only talking about fucking black lives, then yes, there would be a point to all lives matter or white lives matter. Okay? But that's not going on. Notice how I said disproportionately. It's wild. It's fucking wild. U.S. withdrew from Afghanistan, but it's our sure this is all our fault. What happens after we left? Of course it's our fault. Of course it's our fault. And we're continuing to starve Afghan people. The Afghan people. What the fuck do you mean?
We have no credibility whatsoever. There's no...
The issue is Westerners aren't even saying all lives matter. They're only saying only the Ukrainian lives matter, because when the fuck have they ever cared about the plight of brown people in the Middle East? Bro, they wouldn't even give a shit about Ukrainians either if the media wasn't fucking constantly talking about how Zelensky is daddy. Let's be fucking real. American pig dogs just want slop, okay? They just want jalapeno poppers. That's all they give a fuck about. That's all they care about. They will only care about whatever the fuck you put in front of them for the brief moment, and they'll feel very angry and they'll feel righteous indignation. But that's it, okay? They don't even care about the Ukrainians either. It's not like they give a fuck. Like, let's be real. You think they give a fuck about Ukrainians? Get the fuck out of here. How do you explain Zelensky's approval ratings before the war? What do you mean? How do I explain it? There's no reason to explain it other than that. Stop milking this for content. You don't care. Yeah, totally. That's precisely why I take a position that usually fucking puts me in harm's way, specifically amongst people that would normally listen to what I have to say, but have considered me now a fucking foreign combatant once again. Just as I, time and time again, take positions that I believe are true, even though they are, unfortunately, not held by the majority of the population, especially if they go against, like, the dominant hegemonic attitude. Okay? Damn, you really hurting with 40K in here? No, that's not the part that hurts, dumbass. The part that hurts is people fucking clipping shit, saying I'm a Hitler supporter, dude. What do you mean? For the past, like, 3 weeks, obviously, what I go through is nothing in comparison to the plight of, like, every person that is a victim to fucking imperialism, whether it's, like, Russian soldiers or whether it's American imperialism. But when I compare myself to the rest of the media that fucking, laps this shit up, they get the 40K views, and they get millions of fucking views, and also they get celebrated as though they're, like, actually doing the right thing. Whereas people turn around and say, I support Hitler because I've said that there's a diplomatic solution to this conflict before we invade. Every fucking day, I have to deal with this shit.
Thanks for ignoring this message.
You finally said about Russian imperialism? Wait, what? No, that's not finally, you fucking idiot. See, this is what I mean. That person probably hasn't watched in weeks and has only heard about it from other people. I despise it, dude. I hate it. It's so fucking whack. Absolutely sucks. Let's watch this. This is a former NATO
to war. I served in Afghanistan, which was itself a particularly brutal conflict, but it is like a bar fight compared to what can happen if the nuclear powers escalate the war, which is currently playing out in Ukraine. It feels like the most dangerous situation in my lifetime. A nuclear threat, a threat to everybody, is very apparent. It feels like we're teetering on.
I'm just trying to make you look bad. I know. And the worst thing that makes me look bad is forgetting the top of the hour ad break and then having to run it at the half hour. You know what I mean? And then at least I can salvage a little bit by telling you that as long as you subscribe for $5 or for free, you can avoid those ads. Says the dude, multi-millionaire crying, don't care. You're a multi-millionaire, stop crying. Karl Marx burner. Oh, God. Nothing annoys me more than, like, people who think they're fucking commies. Like, literally, who think they're commies, but it's just like, I just fucking hate rich people, bro. There's no fucking, which is fine. I mean, it's good. That's a healthy attitude to have. Straight up. Okay? You should continue having that. But you are literally just in it for the lifestyle. You're in it in the exact same fucking liberal ways that liberals believe things that they believe in. Okay? You're just like, you're 12 years old. You're angry at the fucking world because your mommy is not giving you enough of an allowance. Okay? And you're in here going, fuck the rich, eat the rich, whatever the fuck.
I'm gay.
You're a multimillionaire, stop crying. This is all bait, lol. My main account is banned for the C word, lol. 2-year sub, love you, king. Okay, there you go.
On the edge of that, and yet we have people who seem to be viewing it as a kind of football match, who are painting their faces and cheerleading, where all kinds of particularly war-horny takes have been emerging about no-fly zones, about different forms of intervention, particular sets of journalists.
Oh my God, they're putting Double Down News there. Oh, that's my favorite. This is literally my favorite fucking clip. Also, my other favorite is when I run the top of the hour ad break because I forgot to run it. Here it is.
Are always fairly war horny. They have an ambient level of war horniness because they think war is glamorous and cool. War is appealing for some journalists, particularly the journalists who haven't experienced it, because with war can go a particular boost to your career, a higher level of attention, more Twitter followers. I can remember people talking about Donald Trump, how he could start a nuclear war on Twitter. Many of those same people of the blue tick species are using the platform to lobby for a no-fly zone that could lead to nuclear war. The kind of people who would formulate themselves as the grown-ups in the room are treating the risk of nuclear war as if it is just a kind of tit for tat in Westminster or in Washington DC. This is not that. This is bigger. Nuclear war doesn't mean anything good for the world. You could survive potentially, but you wouldn't want to. We actually had some training about this when I was in the army. We have to get togged up in our NBC, nuclear biological chemical warfare suits with respirators, and we'd be made to run up and down, and occasionally we'd be CS gassed, and we'd be told how to survive a nuclear apocalypse. The slogan was used in the videos, which were all from the 80s, was survive to fight. So you survive the nuclear apocalypse, the positive blast wave comes, and you all lay down, assuming you see it coming, and then you stay down for a bit because then the negative blast wave comes back and that passes over you, and then you are alive to fight And all I could think about during these training processes was fight over what? Fight over the mutant wastelands? Become fucking Mad Max and cut around in your Nissan Micra or a Ford Escort with a gun on top? What is there left? That's the notion of mutually assured destruction, that everybody is destroyed. I mean, that's the underpinning thing, everybody dies. The problem with Twitter and Twitter war hysteria and all the social media stuff, it guides you towards just rapid, urgent reaction. It's very often a kind of appeal to emotion, that something must be done instantly, and clearly things need to be done because people are dying in Ukraine, but I do think we need to be cautious. We need to be exercising reason rather than emotion. I understand why there are a set of people who are kind of like, let's bomb the 40-mile convoy. I understand why that is an appealing idea, that we can just go and stop that happening, but we need to steer away from the immediate emotional payoff and be reasoned. Doing that is an act of war on top of the war that's already going. And it would potentially escalate this. It would bring into conflict one nuclear power with another nuclear power. And there is a bigger picture, the biggest picture of all, which we have to consider here. World War I kicked off when one guy was murdered, and that led to 20 million deaths because it triggered a series of events which led to gigantic slaughter. When you look at wars historically,
so stupid. This is not real footage. I don't know why I was like, I don't know why I got worried. Like,
historically, there are domino effects, and there are so many moving parts in the conflict in Ukraine, and each part has its own range of moving parts. So we have to be extremely careful when we're talking about how we intervene and what can be done. In our search for clarification and clarity, it may be the case there's more to be learned from the Cold War warriors than there is from the kind of keyboard warriors. It's definitely worth revisiting what people said who were involved in the periods of extreme tension between the old Soviet bloc and the West.
To preserve our civilization in this modern age, a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought.
I'm absolutely down with the Ukrainian right to resist invasion. It's a war of aggression. Russia have invaded. It's not their country, and they should get out. And I respect the Ukrainian right to resist. I think we have to. I think that's the moral position. The Russians should go and leave the Ukrainians to decide their own future.
I agree.
Of course, it's more complex than just that. There are lots of different moving parts. NATO has expanded east. That, for Putin, is used by him to say, NATO's kind of pushing into our sphere of influence, and he talks about buffer zones. At the same time, that does not justify what Putin does, and it doesn't justify the Putin regime. We've heard a lot of stuff about that Azov battalion and the National Guard neo-Nazi elements to some degree were integrated into the Ukrainian armed forces. But the idea espoused by some on the left that because there are neo-Nazis in Ukraine, somehow everyone in Ukraine is a neo-Nazi is just wrong. There are also other forces in Ukraine. There are various anarchist and progressive left libertarian militias who resist Russian occupation.
Who normally would, unironically, fucking fight against the Azov battalion. But, of course, such is the way when you are fucking invaded by an imperial power at your doorstep, all of a sudden, you don't have any fucking time to literally fight against the Azov battalion, and now you have to fight against fucking Vladimir Putin instead. He shit on leftist KW. You guys are so stupid if you think that, like, my take is anything different than this. I love the difference between someone going, dude watches the channel after that, and the other guy in the chat going, the other guy going, what do you call it? Where the fuck was it? I missed it, but people are still talking about how it's real footage colorized by whatever the fuck. I got it. It's real footage. Okay, it's fine. No, the person that he has to fucking point to. The person that he has to point to, just like every fucking leftist has to point to, okay, when they have this conversation, is because of the dominant attitude. No one will look to your coverage as charitable unless you literally have to routinely, because if you're speaking about this conflict from a heterodox position, that normally when everyone else is like fucking full blown 100%. If you agree with Lindsey Graham, STH is wrong yesterday. Today, agreeing with a veteran, peak Hasan. What? If you agree with Lindsey Graham, something is wrong yesterday. Today, agreeing with a veteran. Do you think a veteran is the same as Lindsey Graham? There are plenty of veterans that I've had here that offer incredibly insightful perspective. What the fuck are you talking about? Do you personally think that, like, if you're a veteran, your position is completely indefensible? What should we do? Should we just fucking, I've had plenty of veterans on this broadcast. I've had literal fucking Marxist-Leninists, like members of the PSL here that are also veterans. I had a veteran literally this week. I had a veteran. Technically. There's a difference between agreeing with a veteran who recognizes that, their actions in Iraq, Afghanistan, numerous other places were bad and wrong, okay? And I value their feedback, okay, their insight, because they can humanize the conflict on the side of many people who were, lied to, okay? Versus a demon like Lindsey Graham, who is simply just posturing, even if he knows better. So stupid. Hasan is a general. He knows war stuff. What does that even mean, dude? Dude, don't kill me. Tamam, dövme beni. Amına koyacağım senin. Salak salak konuşma o zaman.
Occupation and fascist forces in Ukraine. I think we have to look past this seductive thing to kind of look to NATO or look to Russia and try and find on the NATO side a kind of liberal democratic values, or on the Russian side anti-imperialist or anti-fascist thing. I think we have to look for another narrative which doesn't internalize NATO good or Russia good. I have to have a much more sophisticated analysis of what's going on here. I have no illusions, as some centrist commentators do, that NATO is kind of wooferendum or FBPE with guns and missiles. That is not what it is. NATO's interest is stability, in the sense that it's stability for Western capitalism.
Oh, I was okay. Never mind. I was about to shit on him, and he goes, "Yeah, it's stability for Western capitalism."
The Boss's Club of Wealthy Nations, who are the original founder members, and then increasingly it's other countries who've sought NATO membership. If they're countries which are in the kind of what would have been the Soviet sphere of influence, I understand. I can understand their rationale for wanting to be involved in that, because they've been occupied by the Soviets. But again, I find myself just increasingly calling for kind of nuance. I have the dubious honour of having a NATO medal. It's a little thing with a blue ribbon, and it says in English and French, "In the service of peace and freedom." That's not very accurate. My experience.
Yeah, no. NATO was conducting service and freedom when when we bombed Libya. That was in the service of peace and freedom. When we bombed Libya into rubble, completely destabilized it, and now they do fucking open air slave markets there. That is, of course, once again, another fucking instance where the NATO peace and freedom was happening.
Experience of NATO is in Afghanistan. I understand and recognize NATO.
I was about to say, yeah, like, again, more NATO peaceful service in Afghanistan. There's nothing showing, but
huge amounts
still.
of violence in Afghanistan against Afghan people. I have comrades who were in Italy attaching bombs to the fighters which would fly over and bomb Libya and destroy Libya. You can see the results in both those countries of NATO's mission. I suppose I find myself in a weird position where I'm not a fan of NATO and of Putin's regime. I don't see the need to pick between these two poles. While everyone's posturing and virtue signalling and doing their hot takes on Twitter, the people who are dying here are working class Russian conscripts and members of the Ukrainian military and Ukrainian civilians. That's the tragedy in all this. There's an element almost of smugness, like Brits and Americans. Of all the people on the planet, Brits and Americans are kind of smugly looking on, going, "Oh, he's going to get bogged down. He's going to get bogged down in the country."
Yeah, without ever, for a brief moment, considering what he's going to get bogged down means for the Ukrainian people. If you truly cared about the fucking safety and security of Ukrainians, would be literally begging your government to put an end to this in any way, shape, or form they can, okay? But instead, you talk about Ukrainian sovereignty, Ukrainian sovereignty. They want to die. They want to die. They want to go and die. Like, they just keep giving him javelins, keep giving him javelins. Ukrainian sovereignty is nothing when it comes to nuclear war and World War III, which is what Ukrainians are currently demanding. No-fly zone. And that's understandable that they're demanding that, because they are already in World War III. Doesn't matter if it's a fucking nuclear holocaust or not for them, because they're already experiencing that currently. But we're not giving it to them. So what the fuck is the other option? You have to fucking deal with Russia through negotiations.
get caught up in insurgency with people who don't want him. It's like, why are you laughing about this? You've literally just done this. The Kabul airlift was last year. It took 20 years when you got booted.
Guys saying in 10 minutes everything you have to repeat for 3 weeks, do better. Yeah, except I literally repeat all this all the fucking time and people still come in. New people will come in and still yell at me. So.
Now, and historically this has happened all over the world, so I'm not sure why you're being so smug about it. Condoleezza Rice was asked, if you invade a sovereign country, it's a war crime.
When you invade a sovereign nation, that is a war crime. I mean, I think we're at just a real basic point there.
Well, I'd agree. It is certainly against every principle of international law and international order.
You've done all those things yourself and never been held accountable, and yet you can just go on TV and say that. Like, the level of just sheer neck to do that. I guess part of it is how these people have been reconditioned. We kind of saw it with George Bush, where now he's a harmless old man who just paints a bit rather than a war criminal. And we see it with Alistair Campbell out there tweeting away about how terrible Vladimir Putin is, and he helped make the case for Iraq. And it astonishes me that these people are still allowed on television and are not pariahs. They can just kind of nod along like they didn't do the same thing themselves. But this is happening in a civilized...
I have to put this. This is a perfect opportunity to show you something. This morning, I literally sat in my car in my garage for around 20 to 30 minutes. And that was part of the reason why I was late. Because I saw an insane tweet from Hillary Rodham Clinton. She had the gall, the audacity to say, if Russian leadership would rather not be accused of committing war crimes, they should stop bombing hospitals. And I just sat there for like 5 minutes thinking, like, did I hit my head? Did a car crash happen? And I just, I'm now imagining perhaps the most hypocritical statement ever uttered by a fucking human being in a position of power. And of course, after 10 minutes of endlessly going back and forth, I realized, no, she literally did that. Like, she had the audacity, just like Condoleezza Rice, to say this. You know, considering that the administration she was a part of course, bombed many key infrastructure points and killed many civilians, and apologized for a rare one bombing of a hospital in Kunduz. Now, the reason why they apologized for that one is because it was a Doctors Without Borders hospital, and they killed European doctors. Hillary Clinton's husband, Bill Clinton, famously ordered the bombing of a medicine factory in Sudan. Many years later, the country is still yet to recover. The human casualties there are endless as a consequence of that. That's called collateral damage when we do it. Hillary Clinton herself, of course, was almost single-handedly responsible for Libya. Like, almost single-handedly responsible for Libya. Like, she was so insanely. Iraq was wrong, shouldn't have done it, but it's an oversimplification saying the U.S. invasion of a country thousands of miles away from its border is the same as attacking a democratic neighbor. Dog, it's less justifiable. Yes, you never have to consider America doing fucking cleanup in their backyard because we already did that and it happened already and we did the genocides and we won. So you never have to think about that from a point of view where you're like posturing for American security. Okay? It's worse. We already did that in our backyard, and now we're doing it all around the world. It's worse. Even critics understate how catastrophically bad the Hillary Clinton-led NATO bombing of Libya was. Clinton on Gaddafi. We came, we saw, he died. Remember, she laughed about it. Executions, torture, and slave markets persist in Libya, according to the UN. Armed groups execute and torture civilians in Libya in almost complete impunity 7 years after the revolution that toppled Muammar Gaddafi, the United Nations Human Rights Office said on Wednesday. Libyans and migrants are often held incommunicado in arbitrary detention in appalling conditions, and reports persist of captured migrants being bought and sold on open slave markets. That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
Held hostage by the lead-poisoned brains of
That's
boomers.
crazy, dude. That's the person that said if Russian leadership would rather not be accused of committing war crimes, they should stop bombing hospitals. The real tweet is, if Russian leadership would rather not be accused of committing war crimes when they're bombing hospitals, they should perhaps try being American leaders, okay? That's it. That's the real take. Because it turns out the only countries that can get away with doing this shit are America and their partners, like Israel, for the record, or Saudi Arabia, for the record. Those are the only countries that can get away with doing shit like this without any sort of scrutiny. And if you think that what I'm saying right now
Mike from Paz replied to this
is in any way, shape, or form a way to defend Russia, you are brain diseased. And you have to also admit that you think it's okay when America does it. Because I despise when America does this. Okay? So of course I despise when Russia does it too. So just remember that. So while on the one hand I call exactly what Russia is doing, exactly what it is, unjustifiable and immoral, you on the other hand want to use this as an opportunity to fucking launder American goodwill and morality. It is disgusting. You are, if you do this, if you are like Hillary Clinton, you are washing your hands with Ukrainian blood. Okay? Please check. This was fake. Check it. As a Russian, I ask you, what? Check what? Oh. ASB military suspended on Twitter. Dude, you can't. You will never. I mean, they were doing Russian disinformation for sure at certain points. They've said like really fucked up and really stupid shit before. But like you can't have any there is no value in seeing the Russian side here in the eyes of the Western world, which I think is fucking insane. Okay, I do believe that we should see at least some level of Russian propaganda, so we at the very least understand what the fuck they're thinking. But oh my lord, nope, unacceptable.
Part of the world. How could this happen here? But there's no reflection on why in those places which are uncivilized, why there is conflict there or war there, why there is authoritarianism and dictatorship there. And in many cases, it's because they were colonized, government were imposed, because they've been brutally oppressed, because different sides have been played off against each other, funded by foreign powers. I find myself in a strange position of
looking at you, Belgium, fake country, not so fake when it comes to, cutting people's hands and shit, doing genocide.
At HasanAbi,
Belgium. Hey, you
have
get
the Ligma virus in their biolabs.
Listen to me.
Are we at risk of Ligma?
Yeah, that's right. You look right into my eyes, Belgium.
of liking something before it was cool, being anti-war. And now all of a sudden loads of people who've never uttered a word about Yemen or Palestine or Afghanistan are invoking like Tony Benn type speeches. It could be a kind of entry point for people to question wars more generally, because the things which are happening in Ukraine now.
Yes, that is the other side of this, is that I believe that human lives are valuable no matter what, no matter where they are, okay? And that's precisely why I do use this as an opportunity to fucking try to get you to understand the anger that you feel, the frustration that you feel towards Russia's unjustifiable acts of violence in Ukraine. I use that. I certainly use that. I've done enough on covering it from the point of view of like it being unjustifiable, but then also as a part of what I want to do, as a part of what my duty is, I think I need to use that for you to basically question the jingoistic attitudes that have been fucking brain broken into your skull, okay? Because the overwhelming propaganda is the reason why you have this kind of fucking attitude, that you believe that like America is always the moral force for good. Even American imperialism, like when people, like so many people on the internet that claim to be fucking leftists were unironically turning around and saying like, one, NATO is a defensive, agreement, which of course they personally don't understand what like NATO has done in the past, and that's fine. They haven't seen the history of it, and they don't understand why it was created or why it was cultivated. They don't get it, okay? But that's one thing. But the claim that like the civilizing force of American imperialism is far preferable to the brutality of Russian imperialism? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? How can you be a leftist and say such disgusting things? I spit on your leftist credentials. You are not a fucking, you are not even in any way, shape, or form a progressive. That's disgusting. 1000% preferable? Shut the fuck up. Holy shit. That is incredible, dude. That is incredible. It's one thing to be, eat the propaganda and believe it when it comes to fucking NATO, okay? But you are no different than the fucking monarchist, royalist colonizers when you say that, because that is precisely the attitude of the average fucking colonial underling, okay? That goes to one of the many colonies and rapes and pillages to get his marks and then comes back a man. That is disgusting, dude, to say that American imperialism is actually far preferable and the source for good. You unironically took the fucking propaganda, and you have that same kind of Western supremacist attitude that you normally would criticize otherwise Ben Shapiro on. How is that any different than, look at the way we treat our gays here in comparison to fucking how, Iran treats their gays? Like, you have already taken that. You've taken that propaganda. Stop praising Putin. Shut up.
Were done in Iraq. In some cases, worse things over a much longer period. I mean, we're 6-7 days into this illegal invasion by a foreign power, and that is what happened in Iraq. We had the weird spectacle of some very mainstream media channels almost celebrating, how do you make a Molotov cocktail in 5 easy steps? I have friends who are from Derry in Northern Ireland, and they're doing that kind of monkey meme where it's awkward. Like people who lived through British occupation who would
Oh, this is a movie.
Be out throwing Molotov cocktails and rocks at occupying troops who are like, oh, this is cool now. And I think you could take that lesson and extrapolate it, and you could look at Palestine, you could look at people resisting occupation. And a lot of those people are like, what? Why was it not okay where we did it? And I think that it's a fair point to make. Like, why is it that now it's celebrated?
Yeah. If you were to rise up, dude, if you took up arms right now. By the way, for as much as I fucking absolutely shit on a particular YouTube essayist or whatever, like, there is some good that they've done, and I will always stand by that, like raising money for fucking Palestinian children's, the funds in Palestine. Straight up, you have to fucking absolutely admit that is an incredibly good thing to do. That most people would never do that, and then also on top of that, they fucking will call you a terrorist. I think they called like the serfs a terrorist too. They said that they were funding. A lot of the fucking neoliberals literally turned around and said that like Vosh and fucking the serfs were terrorists and they were funding terrorism. Disgusting. I spit on those fucking animals, okay? I spit on them, and I hope their fucking 7 lineages feel a fraction of the fucking pain that they think is justifiable on this planet when it comes to victims of imperialist powers. Now, that having said that, Okay? If you were to turn around and join forces with, join forces with fucking Hamas, okay? Immediately, it's over. You're a terrorist forever. You're going to jail. You're going to die immediately. And you're going to jail if you don't die. That's the preferable outcome in that situation. You're going to be tortured in a fucking CIA black site and then probably put in Guantanamo Bay for the rest of your life. So that's straight up what is going on in that situation, you know? But that doesn't happen with Ukraine. Why? Here's the perfect neoliberal neocon argument of being on the right side. Funny enough, he blames Putin on the Clintons for not going far enough. It's like arguing which was worse, heroin or fentanyl, both get you killed. Andrei Kozyrev, Yeltsin's first top diplomat, speaks about Putin's disastrous war in Ukraine and why the revisionist history about NATO enlargement is all wrong. Oh, God, I don't want to get fucking... I do not want to read this.
Lol, I'm a baby.
Good one. Anyway, let's finish this. But yeah, if you were to join like the Afghan forces, dude, can you imagine joining the Afghan forces? Not against the USSR. If you join the Afghan forces against the USSR, you might be a part of the CIA. If you join those very same Afghan forces 20 years later against the American government, then you're a terrorist. And that's the difference. That's it. That's the difference. That's why so many people are doing an international call to arms and celebrating everybody that's going and joining Ukrainians in defending Ukraine.
In what are news pieces, we've seen a steady procession of characters.
Yeah, there's like literally fucking New Yorkers that are currently in jail for throwing handmade Molotov cocktails at empty cop cars during the Black Lives Matter protest. There's like a lawyer that literally is just in forever jail. Yeah. A lot changes in 20 years, no? Yeah, dude, exactly. No, totally. Yeah, changes when America decides, no, these are our enemies now.
Turning up at the Ukrainian embassy, gym bros with no military training, going, I want to go and fight in Ukraine, fight Putin for the Insta.
I've heard that, yeah, isn't that the guy that like...
Characters turning up at the Ukrainian embassy, gym bros with no military training, going, I want to go and fight in Ukraine, fight.
Isn't that the guy that's a famous dude that like the Ukrainian government's like, no, you can't do that. Like, you can't just like be a jack dude and decide to go and fucking fight in Ukraine.
Putin for the Insta, for the Instagram likes. I suggest if you have no military training, it's probably a bad idea. I would stay at home and do like your back and buyers or whatever. And there's a broader point I think there to be made about, I really agree with the solidarity that people are showing Ukraine. I'm kind of down with a lot of the sanctions and stuff, but I can't help but question where that was for Iraq, where that is for Yemen, where that is for Palestine. I think there's something we really need to stop and look at there about why these degrees of solidarity.
Good guy, he had a whole truck full of supplies. Losers on Reddit mocked him. I mean, I guess he like wanted to do humanitarian aid or something as well. So that's good. And he's still going, I think, with like all the aid.
And sanction are being applied to Russia. They never tried to do that with Tony Blair and George Bush in the Iraq War. And I think we have to have a little bit of self-reflection about why that is. We've seen it just in the last 7 days, the lack of nuance and the presence of misinformation, one-sided media, and it's more important than ever to support independent media and alternative voice.
I fucking love Double Down News, man. They're such... Man, everybody always says, like, I hate the oi bruvs or whatever, and I'm bruvophobic, but I fucking love my communist and socialist leftist bruvs so much. Jezza, I still stand with and will stand with in perpetuity. You know what I mean? I love my oi bruvs. Class warfare, simple as. No war but class war, bruv. Simple as. Shack loan. What? It's off topic. You're literally arguing with chat members, not Hasan. You're not engaging Hasan at all. If you want to talk to people in the chat so badly, take it to DMs or whispers. It's polite not to treat Hasan's chat room as your own. No, Shaq alone loves fucking just doing that. He's always coming in here to just do fucking Reddit style arguments over and over again every day. You wouldn't dare associate yourself with his Frenchies. I mean, I don't speak French, so that's probably why. I would. I love to help my fellow Ukrainians and Russians, but I'm not the legal guardian to my younger siblings because my mother passed. What? Fuck the corpos who profit off this death and destruction and suck the teeth of this tyrannical
Hasan,
government.
good to see you, Hassel.
VTech made a gaming chair for toddlers who have Twitch aspirations. Thankfully, the chair teaches kids about letters and phonics instead of Fortnite and Overwatch. Finally, the juicers can fucking, sit on a gaming chair and feel exactly like Felix. Look at that, dude. Finally. Yeah. We want Fortnite. We want Fortnite.
Fucking ass up.
We're gonna talk about Kim K in a second, and the video of the Black Panther director Ryan Coogler being arrested after being mistaken for a bank robber, dude. Incredible stuff. Obviously, but let's finish the. There are more ceasefire talks, peace talks that occurred in Turkey. Let's take a look at what happened.
Our international affairs editor Dominic Weichhorn was at that news conference in Antalya with Sergei Lavrov. Dominic, so from what we can take from those two press conferences, where are we with these talks?
Yeah, well, I think the headlines are that they haven't really made any headway at all. Lavrov said that these are meant to be separate from the Belarusian diplomatic track, and therefore Russians can't deliver on things like ceasefires or humanitarian aid corridors. Dmitry Kuleba, his counterpart for the Ukrainians, said that as far as he's concerned, Lavrov came here without a mandate, that all those things had to be referred back up to Moscow, and clearly Kuleba's very frustrated by that. I mean, whoever's right there, the bottom line is...
Most Turkish-looking man on the fucking planet, dude. Jesus Christ. Wow, they won't even let the Turks do fucking peace negotiations. Yo, Vladimir Putin! Amına koyayım lan! Amına koyayım lan! Bize vermek istemiyor. Bize vermek istemiyor. Devamlı. Bize izin vermek istemiyor. Dünya lideri olacağız. Sike sike olacağız amına koyayım. Oh, Jesus Christ. No, I'm just making a joke. I'm like the average Turkish guy that goes to the fucking coffee shop and speaks like this. If you talk to any fucking Turkish guy right now, they're like, we will remember. We will always remember this. That's why our Bayraktars, they're fucking, they're ripping through Putin's army. He's fucking killing them. That's, remember that. Anyway. I thought you said Turks had the best hair plugs. What the fuck is that? Dog, the Turkish people don't do it on their own hair. It's like international travelers that come in and do it.
Is that these talks have not delivered on a ceasefire or humanitarian aid corridors, and therefore you kind of wonder what the point was.
My dad knows Turkish and sometimes calls me pezevenk. What the fuck does that mean? Pimp. It means pimp. But like in a negative way, not like in America, pimps has like somewhat of a positive connotation. But you can say it in a loving way as well.
Apart from both men to come here and lay out their talking points again, I asked Lavrov, I asked him about the credibility of the Russians, really. They said they weren't going to invade Ukraine. They have. And they said that they're going to not hurt civilians, and thousands of civilians are being hurt, or millions have been displaced. But I think if I'd had a follow-up question, and we weren't given more than one question, I would have asked him what planet he's on, because he also said in this press conference up there that Russia has not invaded or attacked Ukraine. Well, clearly it has. He is a veteran, well-respected Russian diplomat, but he's sticking to those talking points that Russia's just involved in a strictly limited military operation. It's not a war, it's not an invasion. If you use those words where Diana is, you could end up in jail for 15 years. And Lavrov, despite being a respected diplomat, was sticking to that script, even though he sounds absurd. He sounds like he's in a parallel universe. I think Also, talking about the hospital that Diana was talking about there, he was sticking to the script there as well.
I love doing a ceasefire negotiation or a peace negotiation. And like literally going to a foreign country, specifically with diplomats of another country that you are currently invading, when there's no invasion happening. So what are you doing there then? What's the reason? Why are you doing a peace negotiation in times of peace? Because that's the opposite of times of war. If there is no war happening, then there must be a peace happening. So what are you, reinforcing the peace? That's he's simply just, you know, advocating for further peace, you know? But he's like, I love peace so much, we want to double down on it. Just like I love doubling down on the top of the hour ad break and running it at 2:09 instead of actually at fucking 2 p.m., you know? And then telling you that you can avoid those ads as long as you subscribe for $5 or for free. Here's my declaration of the top of the hour ad break, which is an unjustifiable act of war, obviously, but my peaceful negotiation for you in this special operation of a top of the hour ad break is that you can subscribe for $5 or you can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. That way you get one free Twitch Prime subscription a month. Use on your favorite streamer, and that way you will not see the ads. Here's the 1 minute ad break now.
Well, which strays slightly from what his spokeswoman was saying. Maria Zakharova was saying before the press conference that she felt that all the pictures of this maternity hospital were faked. Whereas Lavrov, her boss, was saying no, that they felt that this hospital was being used by a far-right, the Azov Brigade, so that's a far-right wing of the Ukrainian military in the minds of the Russians, and therefore they would have had a right to attack it. I mean, that's typical Russian misinformation, putting out conflicting stories.
No, it's not. That's typical IDF misinformation. They have learned from the best. They have learned from the top dog of bombing hospitals routinely, okay? That is straight the fuck up. Like, it is so laughable. It is so incredible that they are just so openly plagiarizing the IDF propaganda book that it blows my mind. Like, Israel should literally DMCA Russia
for evil corporations.
For these fucking takes.
Corporation.
Saying that it's Russian fake news is unironically fake news, because the people that invented this style literally is the IDF. The people that have been doing it for a very long time.
Hi.
At least in contemporary society.
Often self-contradictory, but to put up a sort of smokescreen that confuses people watching. What you have to say as a dispassionate observer about attacking hospitals is the World Health Organization says that 18 medical facilities have been hit now in Ukraine, 3 over the last 24 hours or so, the most recent one a maternity hospital. And you've got to say that that's a chilling echo of what Russia did in Syria, where it was supporting the Syrian regime and the Iranians. It would deliberately attack hospitals with a rather cynical aim of forcing civilians to flee. If you live somewhere and the safest place in your town is a hospital, for most people it would be, and you hear it's been struck.
Wait, what?
Syria, where it was say that that's a just put up a sort of smokescreen that confuses people watching. What you have to say as a dispassionate observer about attacking hospitals is the World Health Organization, Ukraine, 3 over the last 24 hours.
Wait, he couldn't fucking... There was not another example he could have drawn?
The most recent one, a maternity hospital. And you've got to say that that's a chilling echo of what Russia did in Syria, where it was supporting the Syrian regime and the Iranians. It would deliberately attack hospitals with a rather cynical aim of forcing civilians to flee.
If you live somewhere, tell me how I can help my sister from being brainwashed by Fox News.
I wonder if there's like another country that does that they could have used as an example, but no. No, of course, it's Russia again, actually. Classic.
and the safest place in your town is a hospital. For most people it would be, and you hear it's being struck, then you're inclined not to stay put. You're going to flee. And what the Russians are facing in Ukraine is a people power problem. The people are coming out on the streets. They are fronting up with the tanks. They're lying down in front of the tanks. Very brave Ukrainians are trying to push the Russian soldiers out of their towns just through people power. So one way of dealing with that is to just make people flee. And I think you have to suspect that is the strategy behind what the Russians appear to be doing now, which is using airstrikes to target hospitals. Even though we've heard two different sort of answers about what the hospital attack was all about from these two spokespersons for the Russian government, I think it's very worrying
Hasan, my
about what the
fiancé is
future
in
could
love
be
with you
bringing in coming hours and days for the people of Ukraine and their medical facilities.
The Kremlin accusing the U.S. of waging what they describe as an economic war on Russia, which is now the most sanctioned country in the world.
I mean, it is. Sanctions are economic war. But, like, what are you supposed to do? You know what I mean? It is, though. It's like, why are we acting like... So, why are we acting like it's not? So what? Is the alternative that we do nothing? You know what I mean? Like... If that wasn't even a thing that they did, then there's literally nothing. Then the alternative is just tweets. Economic special operation. I mean, regardless of the jokes, like, I do fear of what the consequences will be on average Russians who do not deserve this unjustifiable brutality. But, like, Americans flex on it all the time.
Our foreign correspondent, James Longman, is in Moscow with the latest there. Good morning, James.
Yeah, good morning, Robin. Economic war. That is how Russia is describing the barrage of Western sanctions it is now being hit with. There had been a lot of confident talk here from the leadership about being ready to cope with these measures. I think that's now given way to a more urgent tone around a need to prop up the economy. The government has now announced tax breaks for businesses and some other financial aid, but faced with almost complete isolation now, those measures are unlikely to save the economy from recession.
I love when someone says, Ukrainians don't deserve war either. Okay, did I ever say they do? Yeah, no shit, guy. Why do people say stuff like that? Do they think that I'm going to be like, no, actually, they do deserve war? Like, what?
The ruble is now worth less than a cent on the dollar, and Russians are just watching company after company leave this country. Uniqlo and Nestle are the latest to go, along with McDonald's, Starbucks, Netflix and Amazon. They're all suspending operations here. Robin?
And James, now Russia likely to look to China for help?
Yeah, Robin, I think that's right. Russia's probably hoping China will fill the gaps Western companies are leaving behind, maybe also a customer for its oil and gas. But so much of Russia's economy is so tightly linked to the West, profound economic shock will be hard to avoid. And sanctions on oligarchs are ramping up as well. Very high-profile oligarch now sanctioned in the UK, Roman Abramovich. He owns Chelsea Soccer Club. He's now had his UK assets frozen. That now means that the club, which is where American star Christian Pulisic plays, can't sell new tickets and can't transfer players. Here in Moscow, life does go on, but I think there is a creeping realization that if the Kremlin continues down this path, 30 years of growth may be about to disappear. Robin?
Appreciate your reporting, James. Thank you. Well, hey there, GMA fans. Robin Roberts here. Thanks for checking out our YouTube.
People say that when they know you're right. Also, they want to say something because obviously they cannot concede. Invictus, thank you for the 25. Get the subs, bruv.
Here in this
All right, let's see what
country, the average price of gasoline.
Let's finally get back to what really matters here. America
Jumped another 6 cents overnight to $4.32 a gallon as part of the war. That's 59 cents higher than last week. Because fuel is more expensive, other travel costs are going up too. Errol Barnett is at Washington Reagan's National Airport. Errol, good morning.
Hey there, Nancy. Good morning. Great to see you. Yeah, you can expect most of your travel costs to jump. Some airlines now warning of reduced capacity as a result from the increase in jet fuel costs, which will, of course, mean your airline tickets will cost more as well. Oh, and yes, you can expect your trip to the airport in a rideshare. That will also be more expensive.
think it's like outrageous.
Across the country, Americans are feeling the pinch at the pump.
$85 just for this time. And I'm just going to use this for what, 3 to 4 days?
A recent poll from AAA finding almost 60% surveyed said they would make changes to their driving habits with gas above $4 per gallon. If it reaches $5 per gallon, as it has in some states, 3/4 said they would need to adjust their lifestyle.
Oh my God. Dude, imagine they turn around and are like forced to implement some kind of public transit to adjust to this. Like, I don't know how they could do that in the short term. My God. Oh, I'm like, I'm coming at the thought of like, I don't know, utilizing fucking buses or something in the short term. Like school buses or something. I don't fucking know. Like anything to beef up public transit.
Fart.
Obviously, you can't build railways immediately. It's not going to happen. My God, could you imagine a world in which, like, one, normalized relationships with Venezuela and allowed Venezuela to fucking participate in the global economy? Same with Cuba. Public transportation in America? Holy fuck. It'd be sick.
Emmanuel, who did not want to provide his last name, is an Uber and Lyft driver in Washington.
Wow.
High prices.
I love, by the way, this is illegal, sir. That's illegal. I love when someone says the United States is too big for public transit. The United States is too big for public transit, which, you know, famously, for example, China is a small country, which is why they are able to do so. You know?
Forcing him to add 4 extra hours to his 10-hour shifts each day. Sounds really grueling if you're going to have to work a 14-hour day to earn the same amount of money. How does that make you feel?
Oh, really? It makes you feel sometimes like you are sick, but you are tired, not sick.
And air travelers are also seeing high prices at a time when COVID restrictions are being eased and there's pent-up travel demand. CBS News senior travel editor Peter Greenberg says airline prices are up 20% and will likely creep higher, partly due to jet fuel costs, which are also increasing. That's prompted Alaska and Allegiant Airlines to cut some flights.
You have a big problem here where you're cutting routes, you're cutting capacity, and you're increasing fares. How bad is it going to be this summer when you see that happening right now?
Now, the universal message from travel analysts is that with increased summer demand approaching, now is the time to book your tickets for summer travel. Hurry up and make those plans with your friends and families. You know, we've been talking about ride shares and airline tickets, but you can expect these price hikes across the board, from rental cars to cruise ships to buses. All of it, Nate, will be more expensive in the weeks ahead.
Whether by plane, train, or automobile, it's going to cost us more.
Yeah.
Errol, thank you.
China's
people complaining about gas prices should have bought the mineral rights to their homes. I've been fracking my own for 5 years and haven't paid a cent. Shell or Exxon ever since. Let's look at Chinese media. Let's look at repairing the Sino-Soviet relations.
National broadcaster, CCTV,
in front of our eyes.
Increasingly like Russian state television these days. Its anchors parroting the Kremlin, calling the invasion of Ukraine a special military operation.
Yo, absolutely fantastic news. Exclusive. Facebook and Instagram to temporarily allow calls for violence against Russians. What the fuck? What? What is happening, dude? No way. Yo, this is disgusting. What the fuck? They're like actually psychopathic, right? This is a misinterpretation. They will allow posts calling for violence against Russians, calls for Putin's death. Yo, what the fuck, dude? It started off with them saying, hey, I know we have a no Nazi policy, but you can actually celebrate the Azov battalion. And then it moved so quickly to like, also you can like, you know, demand that Russians be murdered. Interesting policy coming from, I'm tweeting, sorry, coming from the company that played a significant role in the Rohingya Muslim genocide in Myanmar. Did you guys forget about that? I didn't forget about it. What aboutism? Ukraine literally committed genocide in Donbass for the 8 years. What do you think about that? No, that's not true. No, that's not genocide. You can't say like civil war or any kind of conflict is fucking genocide, okay? You can't do. Wait, did I write Minimar or something? Did I write the wrong thing? I wasn't looking. Fuck, did I write it wrong? What did I write? Did I not write Myanmar? Oh, I did. I did write it correctly. Dumbasses. It said Minimar. Oh, incredible. Enjoy cocaine use occasionally? I do not. Wait, you just read a headline of an article and you're rolling with it? Yes. Go ahead. Make a fucking clip about it. Is the take incorrect? Are you going to do a semantics argument and say, actually, technically, this is not a policy justifiable in the United States, and it's only happening in Eastern Bloc countries? And go ahead, tell me that I got it wrong semantically. Okay, that actually there's a semantic point that you could fucking argue. Go ahead.
Another month of avoiding top-of-the-hour ad
Dude,
breaks.
I don't know how to fucking... I don't know how to unblock this dumbass paywalled article I fucking despise. I hate Reuters so much. Oh, I did it. I fucking did it. Here it is. Here's the full article. It's not that much. There it is. Social media companies also temporarily allowing some posts to call for the death of Vladimir Putin, Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko, in countries including Russia, Ukraine, and Poland, according to a series of internal emails. Meta platforms will allow users in some countries to call for violence against Russians and Russian soldiers in the context of the Ukraine invasion, according to the internal emails seen by Reuters on Thursday. A temporary change to its hate speech policy. These calls for the leader's deaths will be allowed unless they contain other targets or have two indicators of credibility, such as location or method, one email said. Oh, nice. So you can't, like, say, kill this person specifically right here. The email said it calls for violence against Russians are allowed when the post is clearly talking about the invasion of Ukraine. They said the calls for violence against Russian soldiers were allowed because this was being used as a proxy for the Russian military, and said it would not apply to prisoners of war. Meta did not immediately respond to requests of comment. Last week, Russia said it was banning Facebook in the country in response to what it said were restrictions of access to Russian media on the platform. Moscow has cracked down on tech companies.
At HasanAbi, you would totally be my type.
Many major social media platforms have announced new content restrictions around the conflict, including blocking Russian state media. Wild. So, for the time being, making a narrow exception for the praise of Azov regiment, strictly in context of defending Ukraine, as the role in the part of the Ukrainian National Guard. So, what's up, chatter? We read the entire article. Is it to your liking? Is it saying something that's different? Emails also show that Meta would allow praise of the right-wing Azov battalion, which is normally prohibited, a change first reported by The Intercept.
I love
many major social media. Yeah, so what's up? Is that to your liking? Is it different than what we got from the headline? No, it's the exact same. Except doesn't matter. You're probably not even in here right now. You're probably fucking jerking off with one hand and simultaneously clipping that tweet. Or getting ready to fucking tweet out that like I only look at headlines and run off with it. Also, this part is 100% true. WhatsApp was where a lot of misinformation spread about the Muslims in Myanmar, which then ended up with a straight up fucking genocide. Facebook played a significant role in that. Misspelled Rohingya. Yeah, okay, dude. What do you want me to do? Okay? Okay, I misspelled it. Shut the fuck up. I also say Arkansas, okay? Jesus Christ. Not gonna lie, this clip looks bad for you. What aboutism? Fucking got me. Multi-billionaire steals from hardworking journalist. Hacker. This chatter is so chat. Yes, they will get at least 15 upvotes. Open book sometime. Incredible stuff. Anyway, let's continue. Let's see what China is saying about the special military operation.
Moscow's grievances against Kyiv and its Western allies, along with Russia's military progress on the battlefield. They rarely mention the fierce resistance and growing suffering in war-torn Ukraine. Publicly, Beijing stresses its impartiality in the conflict, even indicating its willingness to be a mediator. Coverage in its strictly controlled state and social media tells a very different story. CNN combing through Chinese TV and digital news reports in the first 8 days of the Russian attack, along with thousands of social media posts from the outlets.
Our findings? China has largely adopted Russia's talking points, actively helping the Kremlin disseminate its version of the bloody war to millions here and beyond.
The Chinese Foreign Ministry has yet to respond to our request for comment. But remember, Russian President Vladimir Putin's last foreign visit before he launched the invasion was here to China. Following the 38th meeting between Putin and Chinese President Xi Jinping since 2013, and just hours before the opening ceremony of the Winter Olympics, the two governments declared a partnership with no limits. China and Russia's increasingly close ties had included coordinating their message on the global stage.
No limits, baby.
Such coordination, it now appears, has drawn Beijing into playing an important role in the Kremlin's disinformation campaign. On February 26th, after 2 nights of Russian bombardment, Zelensky shared a video of himself on the streets of Kyiv. Russian officials quickly alleged that Zelensky had fled the country, and the video was pre-recorded. Less than 15 minutes later, CCTV flashed a news alert claiming Zelensky has left Kyiv, initially without any attribution. More than 160 Chinese state media outlets reposted the CCTV alert. A hashtag, Russia says Zelensky has left Kyiv, later got more than 510 million views on Chinese social media Weibo. And yet, it was not true. Perhaps most damning, an internal memo purportedly from state-run publication Beijing News surfaced online 2.
By the way, this is literally the CNN version of what people do when they're like, the Snake Island thing was fake. That's it. Or the ghost of Kyiv, or whatever the fuck. They're just straight up doing propaganda for the Russian side. It's 100% correct. That's exactly what they're doing. Yeah. That's precisely what's happening. I find it especially funny that the Chinese... You can't help but... Come on. It's pretty fucking funny that China's like, there's biochemical laboratories in Ukraine. Like, come on, dude. They're literally... They're literally saying that there's a bioweapons lab in Ukraine. Oh man. No, having a bio lab is one thing, but saying that a bio lab is being used to do bioweapon shit is literally the American State Department saying it to China about COVID.
Don't say China virus.
What the fuck is funny? Have you not been paying attention for the past like 2 years?
2 days before the Russian invasion even started.
I'm not saying that there aren't biolabs there, brother.
Social credit minus 3,000.
Just like I'm not saying that there wasn't a fucking... Just like I'm not saying that there wasn't a fucking bio lab in Wuhan. Of course there was.
Memo directed staff not to publish anything negative about Russia or pro-West.
US-backed biolabs, what are the Americans doing there? Dude, what do you mean? Were you like, did you get hit in the head with like a large rock for the past 2 years? We already established that like the scientific community does not have the same fucking idiotic like posturing that most dumbass nationalists do. That's why the International Space Station is beyond the you know, weird like earthly limitations of nation states and their fucking diplomatic opinions and relationships, okay? Yeah, if you say death to Ukraine, you're gonna get fucking clapped so quick, brother. I mean, good job. Anyway. Yeah, the Americans also funded the fucking Wuhan laboratory too.
4 months spoggers.
The fuck do you mean? That's what we do. We give endowments to labs all around the fucking planet. The entire point of a biolab facility and the entire point for international collaboration is because viruses don't give a fuck if you're black, white, from Poland or from Ukraine or from Arkansas, okay? So the entire community has to cooperate.
It was mistakenly posted on the outlet's social media account before being set to private and eventually
Let's go
deleted.
USA, baby.
CNN research has found that China's major state media outlets appear to be following that playbook. Of the most retweeted post on Weibo from February 24th through March 3rd, more than 46% contained pro-Russia comments, compared to less than 5% with pro-Ukraine
Lift
statements.
the sanctions.
Roughly
My favorite
35%
cam
of the
girl hasn't
posts
streamed
included
this month.
attacks on the U.S. and its allies. With reports by Russia's state media outlets being banned in many Western nations, and Moscow enacting its own Great Firewall to censor dissenting voices domestically, Chinese state...
The thing I don't understand is, actually, I do understand it. What's going on right now is a really important change in the world. So it's okay for Putin to open a biolab in Cuba? Dude, you are so fucking stupid. America funds biolabs alongside every other fucking nation that has enough money to spend on the collaborative international research on pathogens, dude. Shut the fuck up. If Russia had, yes, enough money and was actually spending and had endowments offered to all fucking, you know, BSL-4 labs or whatever, then they would. You're making a jump from biolab to bioweapon immediately. Okay? That's the problem. Why did the U.S. say that it's a concern if these facilities fall into Russian hands? Well, because everything can be turned into a bioweapon. If there's pathogens in there, you can literally claim that Russia is going to take those. Russia's going to take those viruses and make dirty bombs or whatever, because they're fucking psychos. Okay? Oh, dude, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. He just like look at the different ways and methods of changing. Look at the ways and methods of changing your mind. Probably was this false spike. Okay, whatever. Bioweapons see Colin Powell. All Putin does after successful invasion of Ukraine. Wait for U.S. and NATO to fuck it up. U.S.-backed biolabs. What are the Americans doing there? So it's okay for Putin to open a biolab in Cuba? Neither of you or nor anyone will know how these biolabs are being used or will be used. You just fucking look at that. Goalpost flew the fuck off, dude. Anyway.
Looking real fresh today.
And remember, like I admit to getting it wrong. I originally thought that no such biolabs even existed. So, I was wrong on that. I literally thought that that was not real. I thought that was like some fucking bullshit conspiracy theory. And then Victoria Nuland literally openly admitted that no, there are biolabs there. Straight up. Now, does that have anthrax in it? Maybe. They could. They could.
Have you seen the People's Convoy?
That's a
Finally
you
came out
function
today.
of
Don't know
what
if I can send a link,
biolabs
but
do.
Here it is.
We had one in Iowa that we fucking blew up. Well, not blew up, but disposed of in the immediate aftermath of the anthrax attacks that happened a week after 9/11. You know, so we could use that anthrax to trace it back instead of being able to use the anthrax that was being sent out to trace it back. We disposed of the anthrax in the Iowa facility that had the database of anthrax. I wonder how that or why that happened in the middle of an investigation that was supposed to be conducted on where the anthrax came from. That was really interesting. We talked about it before, but regardless. Biolabs are used in agriculture, vaccine production, sample testing, poultry, and cattle research. And yes, it could literally have fucking anthrax at that biolab facility or whatever. But I think the Victoria Nuland admission was so fucking stupid.
Let's go for another
because
one.
I think that she literally made it seem like they actually did have like big dirty bombs in there that they were working on by saying Russia could do a dirty bomb. Dumbass. They're so fucking horny to like shit on Russia. Like extra shit on Russia when Russia is already doing shit that's like totally deserving of being shit on, that they unironically made it seem like they just have like, you know, actual fucking dirty bombs that they're working on in those biolabs now. So good luck. Good job.
Is spreading and amplifying Putin's narrative on air and online, around the clock and across the globe.
David Culver joins me now live from Shanghai. Given how heavily censored China's media content is it clear how most people there feel about the Russian invasion? What's the sentiment?
Yeah, if you go through Chinese social media, Anderson, and you see folks
still no
scrolling
brain
through
rot
and
has.
thumbing through all the different pages, you see a lot of pictures of Putin. You don't see many pictures and images from where you are in Ukraine to show the realities of the crisis. That said, it's not fair to say that folks here are totally ignorant of what's going on. They have access to even CNN. Through VPNs, they can see Western social media. And so little by little, as this war is continuing to go on, as the fighting is pursuing, they're starting to see more of the realities trickle in. And you see questions are starting to be raised as to, hey, what are Russia's intentions in all of this? That said, it puts Beijing in a really difficult position because they're in the midst of this balancing act, trying to still appease their best friend. At least that's how President Xi has described President Putin and their northern neighbors, and at the same time trying to portray themselves as global peacemakers and potentially mediators in all of this. It doesn't seem to be something they can sustain for much longer. Anderson?
As the war rages in Ukraine, officials
Chinese propaganda aside, people are fucking mad that China is doing like the Russian version of propaganda that America is doing on the other side, okay? The only difference is that like Ukraine is victim to unjustifiable acts by Russia, right? The hilarity in the situation, though, is that, like, they make it seem like because they are doing propaganda and have, like, shown support for the Russian side of this invasion, which is unjustifiable, that they are incapable of doing diplomacy. Okay, well, you're on the fucking side of Ukrainians. Are you saying you're incapable of doing diplomacy? Because I would still very much like America, despite being on the Ukrainian side, to do the diplomacy. Please. Like, that's great. That's a big difference. No, it's not. Do the diplomacy. I don't give a fuck whose side you're on. America, do it, please.
Hey everybody, it's Steven from Asian Boss. So, whenever we talk about our mission to bridge cultural gaps between Asia and the West,
ended the video on accident.
We do all.
Let's see what China's takes are on this, though. I want to hear
this to prevent World War III, and people laugh at us. Well, I hope you're not laughing now. As the Russian invasion of Ukraine continues to unfold,
damn!
One country we're not hearing much from at the moment is China. But isn't China supposed to be one of Russia's biggest allies?
Motherfucker said, I hope you're not laughing now. Holy shit, dude. Okay.
Are you curious about ordinary Chinese citizens' reactions to the Russia-Ukraine war? What do the Chinese think about Russia and Putin as a leader in general? Before we get to the street interview, be sure to subscribe to Asian Boss and turn on the notification bell. We're also in the process of interviewing ordinary Ukrainians and Russians about this war, so don't miss out. Now, let's go to our Asian Boss reporter in Shanghai for more.
今天我们想了解一下中国人对俄罗斯的看法。首先，你是否听说了最近俄罗斯入侵乌克兰的这个新闻？
听说了。
我听说了。你对此的第一反应是什么？
我觉得用入侵这个词可能太严重了，这是我的个人感受啊。
因为乌克兰是一个主权国家，然后俄罗斯它不顾国际法去侵略一个主权国家。
Despite this, choosing to invade a sovereign state is wrong. Wait, what other pinned comment? Thanks for the video. Wanted to point out some translations that could be better. 105. I personally think the invasion is quite extreme. Should be, I personally think the word invasion is too extreme. And at 510, we shouldn't step in because this is Ukraine's issue. Should be, we shouldn't step in because Ukraine is the one who provoked Russia. Oh, damn. Damn. Those are some big ass differences, bro. First of all, the U.S. has Taiwan's back. Should be, first of all, Taiwan's boss. The U.S. won't agree to it. Edit adding, we won't abandon the situation either. Should be, we won't send weapons to either Ukraine or Russia from, okay, that one's fine.
我觉得这个是错误的。
有听说这个新闻是俄罗斯跟乌克兰有一些。
The news I heard is that Ukraine and Russia have some kind of military conflict, so each has a different opinion.
俄罗斯好像说不是入侵，然后乌克兰说是入侵。
听说了，但是我感到呢，这个叫做俄罗斯呢，不是普京不是他侵占。
Boomers everywhere, dude. International boomer solidarity. You know, we talk about how there's only class solidarity for the billionaires, but there's another B word that demonstrates international solidarity, and that's the boomers. Find me a boomer anywhere, and I will find you a man who is more often than not going to take the worst, most reactionary position you possibly can.
乌克兰，他是为了保持这个国家的安全，为了保护自己的国家安全，人民的生活。
那这个新闻在中国大概有多大的影响？有多少对他的这样的新闻报道？
实际上影响会非常大，因为在开战那天，基本上朋友圈都会在说这个。
On the first day of the war, my social media feed was full of people talking about the war. All my friends were talking about this. But to say we were watching the HasanAbi broadcast. My favorite broadcast of all time, the HasanAbi broadcast. The impact that the HasanAbi broadcasts have had on the Chinese people is huge. He always praises Xi. I think there's a lot of media coverage because Weibo and Baidu websites have all trending topics on Russia and Ukraine.
中国媒体是怎么去报道？
I'm listening in the car. Is she actually saying this? Yes.
这个新闻的，不管是官方的或者是民间的，他们是怎么说？为什么俄罗斯决定在乌克兰部署军队的这么样一个新闻？
官方的媒体可能还是，我觉得以中国的立场来讲，还是说是保持着说不干涉别人家内政的原则，比较客观跟中立去报道吧。但是我们官方还是有一点，可能官方是比较含蓄的，一些别的媒体的报道会分偏西方的或偏俄罗斯这边。
这是别国的一种就是自己的一种主权的事情，所以我们国家实际上是没有权利干涉的。但是实际上我们对这种行为当然是予以不同意的，对。
那民间大概有什么样的报道？
民间的报道实际上也是非常反对这种侵略的行为，因为我们民间还是认为这是一种侵略的行为。那么民间呢，我们更多的看到是民众的这种痛苦，所以我们对于比如说小孩子啊，特别是母亲啊，对于那边的孩子们的这个情况，还有这个妇女们的情况，实际上是非常的表示同情的。
How do you know you are right and it's not us from the West who's been brainwashed? Wait, what? Motherfucker, I'm in the West. What do you mean? I'm here, brother. You think I'm in fucking Shanghai? What the fuck? Peaceful U.S.-funded Maidan coup. Who is HasanAbi? Okay, dude. If you just say it like that, you make it seem as though the Euromaidan coup or the Euromaidan revolution or the protests in general was totally fucking unjustifiable and that people actually didn't have any interest in rising up. This is a problem that MLs
the movies Titanic and the Sixth
and
Sense
anti-imperialists regularly fucking jump to. Okay? He's saying, what if Putin's right and we're brainwashed by Western propaganda? No, Putin is not fucking right. There is a secondary, there's a secondary moral metric you can apply in these situations.
I'm glad to listen every day to my favorite Italian.
And the secondary moral, the actual moral position here is that it's unjustifiable. Anyway, the thing I was going to say about... The thing I was saying originally...
Keep up the coverage, brother. I appreciate
about
your work.
Euromaidan is that the inception of Euromaidan was a popular movement that then got hijacked, much like many of the color revolutions that occur everywhere else, okay? Including, but not limited to, the Muslim Brotherhood movement that we saw, the Arab Spring that we saw, and also the Canadian Spring, aka the trucker protest in Canada. Okay? That was more of a fucking grassroots, well, not grassroots, it was more of an astroturfed, but by individual Americans in Canada's very own color revolution that failed because, base Justin Trudeau showed his long dick to the Canadian hogs. Okay? But of course, there is still, at its inception, a very real and very legitimate anger that people felt towards the administration. And it was true. And the way to deal with that was also not appropriate. That's also true.
俄罗斯为什么决定在乌克兰部署军队啊？
他就是觉得乌克兰要加入北约了，加入北约的话，对他的威胁就大了，所以说他就要有这个他就要有以这个方式去胁迫乌克兰啊。我觉得他有他的政治目的。
这两天我花了一点点时间去了解了一下，应该是北约的那种扩张的力量，让俄罗斯会很紧张嘛。他们这个驻军乌克兰或者是他们的武装力量分布过去，也是也是一种战略保护自己。
他为什么不是我觉得为什么呢？是北约组织他东扩。
Okay, low key though, I mean, other than the straight up fucking propaganda that they're doing, some of them doing for Russia, there is actually some, some fucking decent takes in the middle of that. I'm just be honest.
东扩已经到了
obviously any of them that say like, oh, it's unjustifiable that Ukraine provoked it, or that, you know, Russia's just protecting itself. I mean, for the most part, it's like, you know,
8 months, brother.
ridiculous. But I need you to understand, by the way, I don't know if this is like reflective of the entirety of the Chinese population. It rarely ever is. But what you have to understand as an American watching this right now is that there's an attitude shift against America that is happening on this planet. Okay? Just remember that. Or rather, that attitude shift has always existed, but that attitude shift is now more loud and therefore legitimate, because there is one country that otherwise would have been considered a developing nation that has now become a developed nation. Okay?
I understand that an ad is about to shift on to non-subscribers at the top of the hour.
Come on, dude. That's cheating. Like, using a fucking resubscription to run a fucking ad break debate is literally cheating. Okay? You are cheating.
Hasan, baby, why are your mods deleting messages mentioning channel 5th? Shit camp video plus trucker video are awaiting your glorious viewing.
Well, they're deleting it because you guys keep spamming it annoyingly. That's probably why. And we're, of course, going to watch it. You're doing pay to win, the debate. Okay? But if you get so pressed over getting baited, just take the L. I mean, dude, it's a dance, okay? Sometimes it annoys me, but other times it doesn't. Okay? I'm doing a fucking dance here. I'm giving the chatter the satisfaction that they have fucking owned me. Okay? Anyway. The thing is, you're doing pay to win. You're engaging in pay to win. And another way to pay to win the top of the hour ad break is by subscribing for $5. That way you pay to avoid the ad break, which is paying to win technically as well. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Of course, if you don't have $5, you could pay to, you don't have to pay, but you can still win by subscribing for free with a Twitch Prime.
5 months. Thank you for saving me from the
Here's the 1 minute ad break now.
grasp. Blessed to be in this community.
Oh, Commie Cold, thank you for the 25 gifted subs.
他把枪炮、什么导弹、什么火箭都对准了我们俄罗斯的嘛，他自己的普京感到自己的安全受到了威胁，他就要做出一定的反制。
西方总体上是谴责入侵乌克兰这个举动的，那么中国政府对这场持续的冲突是什么样的一个反应？
和平。
Not nearly as frustrating as the top of the hour ad break.
How is it different to the Euromaidan Ukraine situation than if January 6th succeeded and the Oath Keepers were integrated into the U.S. military and started setting up children's camps? Would you not want to help? Would you not want help from another country if it got as bad? First of all, making comparisons to Ukraine is something, just leave that up to the liberals, okay? Because making comparisons between America and Ukraine, you're going to come across like a fucking dumbass regardless. Specifically, asking help from another country, like what do you think, Canada's going to fucking invade America? Like, that's not,
Check
you know
out
what I
my
mean?
art of you, it's posted on Discord.
You're ridiculous. And also, who's asking for help, dog? I mean, yes, Crimea is one thing, or Eastern Territories is one thing, but you're being fucking ridiculous when you try to compare America to Ukraine, considering the different ethnic backgrounds, the different shared culture and attitude that that Ukraine has with Russia. You're just, it's a silly comparison to make. All right. Anyway, what happened in Euromaidan wasn't like January 6th at all. You can't say that it was just fucking hogs that were pushing against the corrupt administration. Okay? It wasn't. It was a very real and understandable, angry population of Ukrainians that fucking despise the current leadership.
Hasan. It's like Footloose.
It got overtaken by the far right at the end, but even the inception of that protest is justifiable, whereas January 6th is not. Xi Jinping is a Han nationalist, genocidal whack job, says plebeian wisdom. I go to Tsinghua University, just like him. Trust me, they are not socialists. Wait, I don't think they are.
10 months.
More apt comparison would be like, I don't think China is a socialist country. But I don't care. Neither is fucking Norway, but I hype Norway up too. You know what I mean?
Months in chat and I still got no bitches.
Like, I'm desperate, man. I'm a fucking revisionist, okay? I'm a filthy revisionist and I'm fucking desperate. I'm desperate for some goddamn high-speed rail, and I'm desperate for some nationalization of the extraction industries, and I'm desperate for more fucking unionization, okay? So I'll take it. Like, I'll look to any country that has all of those things or any of those things, and I will say, that's good that they're doing that. That's poggers. That shit is fucking pog, dude. I like that, okay? I'm also, more importantly than all that, desperate for some fucking healthcare. Education.
Getting baited, but committing the great sin of not laughing at my dad jokes. My wife said she would kick me out the house if I kept doing my flamingo impressions. So I had to put my foot down.
Please stop. Fat man or whatever. What is the name? Is it like Fat Man or something? Please stop with this. Anyway, public transport be good in urban areas, but my lord, putting a rail through the U.S. would be tough. Yeah, that's never been done before, dude. Yeah. Never been done before, never could be done.
处于一个和平的一个政策，就是说啊，我们能谈判就
Just buy some healthcare, you rich fuck. No, you fucking idiot. Not for me, but for people I care about that aren't as fortunate as I am. The fuck is wrong with you? The people that I don't know that I would care for, okay? The people beyond my reach. It's called empathy, you fucking dingus. Obviously, I'm not talking about healthcare for me, but I am not far removed from the insecurity of not being able to have healthcare that's tied to my fucking job. So I understand what it's like. Okay? Are you begging me to just like fucking be an out-of-touch rich douchebag? Would that make you happy? Like, oh, dude, why are you fucking still advocating for the plight of the poor? You're not poor. Okay, dude, yeah, no, fuck that. Fuck the solidarity, actually. Fucking die if you're poor. That's sick.
My brain rot is hanging upside down.
That's crazy, man. Why are you so rich but ask your friends with a 1K to be paid back for the gun range stream? First of all, that never happened, okay? Oh my God, why am I responding to a fucking LSF? Why am I responding to an LSF thread?
Question mark.
That is a conversation that you clipped out of fucking context. Incredible, dude. And you know what? Fuck it, actually. I should just turn around and say, no, actually, that's how I stay rich, bitch. Let's go. Why am I responding to that fucking idiot?
尽量不要打，签约就尽量不要去搞别的稀巴烂的什么的，对。
You have to pay first to get healthcare in China. They would have let me die on the floor in the ER of the Beijing if I had not paid. It's scary. I don't know how Chinese healthcare works, but I'm still a fucking. I'm not talking about China's healthcare when I talk about China. I'm talking about China's motherfucking high-speed rail, baby, and other social policies. They've done a pretty good job, you know, pushing at the very least the cities. Maybe not the suburban, or not suburban. But they've demonstrably done a good job by capitalist metrics of uplifting and creating a fucking robust middle class while also simultaneously building up and modernizing. Maybe the rural landscape is not looking too great, but other than that, the Chinese system has been incredible in taking people out of abject poverty, extreme poverty. So much so.
Hasan is a socialist.
Why are you so hard for their high-speed rail? Because high-speed rail is awesome. Most Asian countries have pay first health care. Even the university guy at Mr. Rail is good. Oh, it's so fucking good. Woo, it's so fucking good.
鉴于中国认为俄罗斯是一个
As of 2020, at least about 95% of the Chinese population has at least basic health insurance coverage. Despite this, public health insurance generally only covers about half of the medical costs, with the proportion lower for serious or chronic
盟友。
illnesses.
那么你认为中国是否应该以任何的形式去干涉？为什么？或者是为什么不？
Bro, they've also done a great job in suppressing completely the discourse around politics. Yeah, I mean, look, I have a Chinese family members. Okay, I have not one, but multiple Chinese family members, and I talk to them regularly to get a better understanding of what the Chinese like attitude is on what their government is. And by and large, and this is really fucking triggers Americans when we talk about this, but by and large, their overall opinion, for the most part, and these are people from literally fucking Taiwan, technically, okay. But by and large, their overall attitude is this, okay? I put my head down. I don't fucking question the government, but I know ultimately at the... Didn't you say they were Taiwanese? Yeah, they are. But like, I mean, they say they're Chinese. People from Taiwan also still, if you ask them if they're Chinese, they're gonna say they're fucking Chinese. They'll correct you if you wanna hear where they're from. Like, they're ethnically Chinese. Ethnically, okay? They're Han Chinese. They're not indigenous Taiwanese, okay? Anyway, Christ. Listen. People are so fucking annoying because they're literally just like bringing up. So the rich people who fled Mao, not even rich people. I think they literally are military too. They were. But yeah. Anyway. I don't know what the exact details are. I forget. It doesn't matter. Okay, yes, they were radical Chinese separatists. But ultimately, their take on it is... basically that they put their head down. Most people would just put their head down. Okay, and they are under the belief that the government is actually helping them, okay? Like, the government, no matter what, like, yeah, there's no freedom of speech or anything like that, but that's manageable. Even people that go between China and America will tell you, like, you know, you just kind of forget about the fact that you just don't have, like, straight up freedom of speech. Because human beings are incredibly adaptable. Like, they adapt like crazy. I personally, growing up in a country that does not have free speech, did not like that and loved that America did have free speech. It was one of the reasons, right? Americans have no freedom of speech either. Yes, they do. Shut up. Like, for marginal things, like inconsequential things. Other countries care about inconsequential things, whereas America doesn't, okay? And that's a good thing. It's like little liberties that you get that still, like, that still absolutely help, you know, make this overall experience better. Anyway, the point is that they just don't care about that as much. Like, it's not as big as a deal for them as long as the government is, like, you know, keeping them fucking fed and building shit all around, and they have a more unified national attitude towards Chinese prosperity because they feel like their government is still on their, you know, on their side ultimately. They're terrified of it. Does that make sense? It's more like it's so hard to describe this to Americans because you have this like over the top like anti-government attitude no matter what happens. Right? So it's really, really, really difficult to describe it to Americans who will never understand like a powerful state that you truly believe has your back, that you truly believe will do the right thing ultimately, even in like hard times. Does that make sense? Because Americans are conditioned into hating authority and hating the government. And especially, this attitude is especially worse. They fucking won't, though. Dude, the Chinese government has literally done more to fucking uplift the prosperity of Chinese citizens than America has in that same period of time. Get the fuck out of here. At a time when, like, you can literally look at the prosperity of American citizens declining rapidly, you can literally make the exact opposite argument for China. What the fuck are you talking about? Even if you look at it from a purely capitalist metric of success of like a robust middle class, a growing robust middle class and a growing economy, China is literally crushing on the capitalist metrics and America is being comstered on those metrics. Get the fuck out of here. China is single-handedly carrying this notion that capitalism is the reason for so much global global poverty being eradicated. Take China out of the equation and look back at the global poverty metrics and tell me that like the world is better off. That's crazy. You fucking capitalist pig dogs do not know how much you need China to make the argument that capitalism is good. Holy fucking shit.
我觉得不应该干涉。就是首先这是乌克兰挑起的一些事儿，然后他去惹到了我们就是惹到俄罗斯了，但又不是俄罗斯受侵害了，就是俄罗斯如果受侵害的话，我们国家是可以去。
Not the prosperity of the Chinese people, the prosperity of the nation. Jesus Christ, you are delusional. Good out there. Why do they control everything that comes out of China? Internet, social media, etc. It's an authoritarian form of governance. 1,000,000%. There are two separate forms, in its most reductive terms, there are two separate forms of governance. One, you have an authoritarian form of governance where everybody knows that the government is like literally fucking telling you like a thing is a certain way and you can't question it or else we'll fuck you up. Or you have the neoliberal control of information. The flow of information is absolutely controlled by neoliberal supposedly private corporations, but that entire
where they even get that idea from.
Their goals, their overarching goals in messaging, absolutely shut up. Anyway, oh Jesus Christ! But their overarching goals of the neoliberal media is still absolutely in line with whatever the fucking government is. There's acceptable thoughts, there's acceptable ideas that are in a box, and those acceptable ideas can stretch super far right because as far right as you go, you're more often than not threatening capitalism. Okay? You're just threatening the lives of marginalized people, which, you know, if you go to a certain point, that's not all right from the capital point of view. But, like, for the most part, it's not an accident that the fucking titans of industry aligned with the fascists in Nazi Germany and elsewhere historically and beefed up the pockets of both Hitler and also beefed up the pockets of Mussolini, specifically because they saw fascism as a counterbalance to communism, which was the genuine problem for said business owners. You know, God forbid we lose control over our private property at the behest of the working class. Okay? So, neoliberal control of information is still very much controlled. You really don't care about it, or you don't see it when America does it in the same way. Notice how you look at Russia beating the shit out of protesters, right? Anti-war protesters. Dog, I know people that are in here right now that have had on fucking stream that have either A, been tortured by the U.S. government, or B, literally been arrested for protesting the U.S. government against war, actually, even in identical fucking capacities. So, you know, this notion that like America has full tilt freedom of speech is kind of silly. Okay? We don't. Of course we don't. We destroy whistleblowers, you know? Edward Snowden is still in fucking Russia. Meta spokesman Joe Osborne previously said the company was for the time being making a narrow exception for the praise of Azov regiment. Yeah, I know. And now they're making an exception for saying, you know, to kill Russian soldiers and shit.
可以去就是说支援俄罗斯啊或者什么的。
中国政府实际上也是非常不同意，非常就是非常反对的。因为毕竟现在任何一个国家都无法承受这个真正战争爆发的后果。对。 我觉得实际上中国肯定不会去干涉，因为这毕竟是俄罗斯自己的这个决策的问题，我们干涉实际上是谈不到的。但是我们实际上可以去劝阻，可以去发表我们的看法。实际上前几天，应该是昨天吧，好像习主席已经与这个普京通电话了，他希望说能够谈。对，所以我们国家的这个外交部发言人以。
I used to live in China mainland, and I can confirm what Hasan is saying 100% true. However, Taiwan is possibly the most democratic and free country on earth. What the fuck? The most. I mean, I guess it's kind of cool that they let politicians beat the shit out of each other. So I think that's what he means by this.
其实一直在说，我们实际上是不同意这样的战争，我们也不会递武器的，我们是希望大家能够协商谈判。
I mean, yeah, like I agree with this.
那你会如何去描述中国和俄罗斯的两国的关系呢？就在中国，我们对俄罗斯是什么样的一个看法？然后总体上是偏向。
It's kind of crazy that the Chinese State Department is like straight up doing Russian agitprop, but the people themselves don't have like at least from this video, which is anecdotal largely. The people themselves don't have that fucking like gung-ho attitude about like you should roll and kill every fucking Ukrainian in the same way that like Americans feel about killing every Russian. Now, obviously, once again, completely unjustifiable. Russia's actions are completely unjustifiable. Perhaps that plays a role in it. But it's wild that like even when they're getting exclusively State Department propaganda, they have a more nuanced and balanced approach to it for the most part than Americans do out here in America, where they're like, if you ask like the average American, they're like, yeah, let's go, baby. I'm trying to skull fuck some Russian soldiers, baby. Let's go. It's like, dude, you've literally never gotten off the couch. The last time I got off the couch was in 1987, okay, to celebrate your high school victory in football or whatever, and now you're out here talking about how you're gonna fucking kill Russian soldiers or some shit.
消极还是偏积极呢？
我觉得大部分人应该都是偏积极的吧，毕竟我们自己也有一些这个主权问题没解决嘛。其实我相信很多跟我一样的人也会相信，如果我们有一位这样的总统，可能会变得有趣一些。
我倾向于就相对来说比较中立一点的立场吧，就至少，中国和俄罗斯算是共同对抗美国的一个盟友吧，至少是一个所谓的盟友，至少有共同的。
Yo, he said at least we have the same enemy. Oh no, please don't sanction me. China and Russia, please do not sanction us. Listen, in the new global order, when you guys are taking over, please do not sanction America and American citizens. I know it seems like we deserve it. I know it seems like we're really doing, we're making it seem like we are totally culpable, like that it's our fault, okay? I promise you, not everyone wants it. Not everyone wants the war. I'm so sorry. We didn't mean it, okay? All the times that we did wars, we did not mean it. Please.
所谓的敌人在。
中俄关系啊，中俄关系就是靠美国嘛，对吧？美国如果对
If there's pressure from the United States on Russia or China, the Chinese-Russian relationship will reconcile.
中国和俄罗斯会和好。美国和美国
If there's less pressure from the United States, China and Russia will have their own problems.
各方面的一些问题。因为首先是俄罗斯对我们
First, Russia has helped our country a lot.
它这包括在用气的方面、跟粮食方面，都对我们中国支持很大的。我们中国背靠这个大哥，我不说大哥，就是兄弟。我们背靠，他不会侵略我们，他不会弄我们。我感到
Yes, Finland is not Scandinavian. They're Turks. They're Turkish. True.
很好的事情。我们中国从来不主张去不称霸，在思想上从来不称霸，不像美国一样的这个。
Inshallah, one day we'll take over Finland, brothers.
跳红篝火，这里吵这里吵，这不行。应该要劝大家不要，大家都世界是共同体嘛。我们国家习主席也说得很好，世界是个共同体，我们应该。
The world is really like this big community, so we should all be brothers, working together so that everyone can have peace. Aww.
这是最好的。
首先来讲，美国是很强啊，然后中国跟俄罗斯，我觉得说可能互相需要帮助、需要依靠的一些 一些共同利益。我觉得中国不会明面上支持说俄罗斯去打，也不会说怎么样，但是应该还是比较关系比较紧密。相较于跟美国跟西方来讲，中国跟俄罗斯关系还比较紧密。
Bro, I can't tell if this video did a very I can't tell if this is like super biased. I mean, it must be, right? Guys, I already ran the top of the hour ad break. Please stop trying to debate me. Jesus Christ. You made a huge point about reading the shit out loud yesterday, but why not now? I don't know, because I'm tired of it. Average Chinese is smarter than the Westoid because they understood official state narrative. I mean, it just seems like very deliberately crafted to make these guys look. You can never arrive at a video like this. You can never arrive at a video like this to without any sort of like biases playing in the background or any sort of fucking any sort of like legitimate biases or that plays out in the editing, you know what I mean? But every single person that they've talked to is very even-handed.
主要因为我是觉得相对来讲，以西方美国为首，他还是就是说以打着他们的一些名义吧，可能会就是说对一些发展中国家会有一些制裁，或者说希望跟着他们的想法去改造社会，但是中国可能不是这样子，所以但是中国你要说1对1，中国肯定还是不如美国，那俄罗斯也是这样，所以我觉得
China and Russia have done some things they can help each other with.
互相的一些协助啊，来一起面对这些比较紧张的局面。我是
ease their anxieties.
那你对俄罗斯领导人普京有些什么看法？
这个人KGB出身嘛，然后年纪现在这么大，然后连续做了这么多年总统，应该是一个当总统经历很丰富，然后应该蛮有经验的吧。
其实某种意义上来讲，我不太喜欢他。相对来说，我不认为一个国家的领导。
I mean, even that dude didn't say anything like all that wrong. He just didn't immediately say he's bad and violent, which this guy is saying, which you should say. I mean, if you just say you're qualified and experienced without saying like he's fucking violent, like he takes incredibly violent steps that you know the rest of the world would never bat an eye if America did, but if you don't mention that part of Putin, it's like you're kind of losing an important part of Vladimir Putin, what makes him Putin.
应该在那个位置上待那么久。
Wait, what the fuck? How long has Xi Jinping been?
我觉得
Wait, wasn't there literally a new? Wait, hold on. He said no leader of a nation should be in power for that long. You can't be saying that. Didn't Xi Jinping recently change the appointment system? Like literally term limits ended, right? Yeah. Between 1982 and 2018, the Constitution stipulated the president could not serve more than 2 consecutive terms. In 2018, term limits were abolished without changing its powers. Current President Xi Jinping, who took office in March 2013, replacing Hu Jintao, he was reelected in March 2018. Yeah, there are no more term limits now.
可能更多的轮换会对于一个国家来说更好吧。
我觉得他蛮有趣的，每次看到他的一些新闻都是就是跟我们的就是维尼熊握手或者什么的，对，习大大就对这种，就是感觉他在我们国家还是蛮受好评的。
我对待普京很难的，我感到他很难的，他说话算话，他就是为了保护自己国家的领土安全，他是这样做了，他为了自己的人民幸福，他这样做了，我感到他真的很好，这样的领导人我很钦佩。By
the way, the people saying like Nordic countries, most countries don't have term limits, like I disagree with that. Not like with the fact that they don't. I'm saying that I disagree with that being a thing. Like it should not be a thing.
他是 你不欺负我，你不来压制我，不给我压力，我不会动的。
我觉得是这样，就是从他的这个人格魅力上来讲，我其实是钦佩的。但是他的做事做法最后产生的这个社会影响或者世界上的影响，其实我是比较担忧的。
你觉得你很
People should elect whoever, no term limits, no shot, dude. The fact that we don't, dude, look at our fucking Congress. Are you kidding me? It's disgusting. Yeah, no term limits, but also like it's okay to do PvP then to politicians. How about that? You know what I mean? You get one shot only though. Like not like with a gun, obviously. I mean, like, you know, legislation changes and there's a gauntlet. It's a whole political process. I'm not saying that, like, you know, I'm not saying that you should be able to shoot politicians. I did not mean that. I know it came across wrong.
很钦佩他的这个个人的魅力，他这个人魅力你可以稍微形容一下吗？
就是他坚定的事情，他有自己非常明确的
Taiwan
目标，
style
并且呢，他其实也是捍卫他整个一个国家和民族吧。从这个节点上来看，我觉得我是钦佩的。
他是一个很有能力的人，这是我承认的。但是我觉得他是还是一个比较独裁的一个人。我觉得他这个人，战争心很重，对周边国家，我觉得很多的国家对他都有这种不安全感。
其实有很多人会担心俄罗斯入侵乌克兰会造成一个第3次世界大战。那么你认为这种可能性有多大？
这种可能性几乎没有。首先第一点，俄罗斯它是有核国家，然后它周边的美国也是有核国家，在那个没有很大的这个战争的这个环境下，是不可能动用核武器的。我觉得
I mean he's right. Bro, why is every random Chinese person they've interviewed have a better fucking point of view on like world conflicts and global conflicts than like, you know, lifetime fucking anchors on mainstream media? Like motherfuckers would be like, yeah, you can't do that. A country with nukes, I mean, that would be nuclear holocaust. It's like, even if these are cherry-picked samples, okay? Even if these are cherry-picked samples, that still doesn't make sense in comparison to, like, fucking every American anchor writing articles about how, like, we really should give no-fly zone a try. Because, like, the American anchors are the ones who are the most educated, functionally, right? Madison Cawthorn calls Zelensky a thug? What? What the fuck? U.S. Representative Madison Cawthorn of North Carolina told supporters he thought Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was a thug, a comment that runs counter to the overwhelming share of Republicans' favorable view. Remember that Zelensky is a thug, Cawthorn said in a video obtained by WRAL. Remember that the Ukrainian government is incredibly corrupt and is incredibly evil and has been pushing woke ideology. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. He didn't even, dude, these guys are so stupid. If you're going to do propaganda, at least talk about like fucking, like the real things of the real corruptions that he has engaged in. You know what I mean? Like, you fucking idiot. Why can't you just say something like he was in the Panama Papers or something? He literally has to be like, they're too woke. Yeah, dude, he's like pro-trans. That's what it is. Dumbass. On Thursday afternoon, one after the WRAL reported the comments, Cawthorn appeared to walk back his remarks, saying on Twitter that Russian President Vladimir Putin's actions are disgusting. I'm praying for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. He sought to justify calling Zelensky a thug by accusing the Ukrainian government, Ukrainian president of pushing misinformation on America. He posted a link to a conservative blog post with examples, including a story of Ukrainian soldiers on Snake Island who were feared to have been killed. What the fuck? Been reported as alive and well? What is happening, dude? I love when I hear conservatives just go fucking crazy on shit like this. You can't... What? Irish Euro MP Claire Daly, we already saw. Anyway, let's continue with this.
这种世界大战可能性是不可能有。
我觉得应该不至于，因为毕竟来讲，大多数的国家还是希望和平，而且这个事情目前来看，只要暂时美国还没有出手，如果美国出手了，可能会有问题。但是真正直接下场去开战，我觉得。
What do you mean? Who will start the war? Oh, he means like World War III.
两个核大国之间的这个交锋，不可想象。希望不要到这个阶段吧。
我是希望美国能够从此能够罢手这样子的事情。
People over here like to make China out to be some horrible country, but the people don't look like they're doing too bad. No, dude, China is literally comparably doing better than the United States of America. Okay, like. They're having their like fucking 80s and 90s like mega growth period, okay? Fucking kidding me? It's just so stupid. China is literally popping the fuck off. That's precisely why you hear more and more from the United States about how fucking horrible China is. It's also like they're in a fucking incredibly wealthy fucking neighborhood as well, in an incredibly wealthy city as well. Like, it's like going to the finance district in Manhattan and interviewing people there about America. Like, obviously, there's a difference between the Appalachian dude living in a fucking trailer with no teeth and is like addicted to heroin versus, you know, talking to a person who is like incredibly well off. And China has its own population problems as well, especially in rural areas. But you always have to adjust to what their starting point is, okay? What their material realities were and what their material realities are now. Okay? And when you look at that, when you look at the past 20 years, in China, holy fuck, they're destroying it, dude. They're fucking crushing it. The country is so poor, but it's still weird when Americans are mad that hundreds of millions of Chinese men and women are lifted out of poverty. Yeah, literally. Stereotype much? The person in the Appalachian fucking mountains that has no teeth and is crippled by addiction to heroin is a victim of capitalism. I'm not saying it's their fault that they're in that situation. You would only consider that to be a stereotype much when you think that somehow they are responsible for that situation. I'm using that as an example to explain to you that rural areas have their own set of problems no matter where you go on the planet. Okay?
整个世界才能够和平。但是我认为美国它真正出兵的这个可能性
It's definitely their fault they're in that situation. I don't know about that one. Oh, it's your fault that you're getting fucking banned now, bitch. The fuck? Disgusting, dude. How dare you? How dare you, dude? What do you mean? Yeah, it's his fault for being born in fucking, you know, West Virginia. Yeah. Oh my God. 1 in 4 West Virginia seniors don't have any teeth. It isn't a stereotype. It's a fact. It's fucking disgusting, dude.
可能比较小。
And not that like they don't have teeth. I'm saying it's disgusting that this government doesn't do more for people living in places like this.
因为他也是非常清楚，他的出兵会导致他们国家怎样的困难，因为他们国家现在实际上经济也并不是很好。所以我希望大家也都能够考虑到说，真正的安居乐业。 真正的人民的生活，平安的生活，因为如果真正发动一场战争，这现在是全世界各国都没有办法承受的后果。因为现在
It's awesome. Someone said just don't do drugs, Lamau. Yeah, totally. When you're working in a fucking coal mine and your back breaks, okay, because it's you know, marginally better for the fucking shareholder to make sure that you don't have the proper protective gear, and then you go to your doctor and your doctor has been fucking told that like this new opiate actually does not have any addictive properties. It's crazy. Pump them full of those fucking Oxycontin. Pump them full of Oxycontin. It's actually dope. Here, we'll give you We'll fly you out to Florida and give you a fucking hand job too if you sell our OxyContin. And then the doctor is literally fucking pumping you full of OxyContin. It's your fault that now you're addicted to this incredibly addictive opiate. It's your fault. Why did you believe your doctor? Wow, stupid. Why did you do that?
现在大家都有导弹，所以实际上任何一个国家都有核弹啊。如果任何一个国家它真正采用这种武器的话，其实全世界就是一个灭顶之灾。
其实美国还是会采取一定行动的。一旦美国介入，你会如何看中国的立场，或者你觉得中国应该有什么立场？
He died in 91 with a broken back from work, used heroin from coworkers as a painkiller, died from OD months after my birth. I'm sorry to hear that, man. A U.S. bankruptcy judge approved Purdue Pharma and Sackler's $6 billion settlement agreement with states, Connecticut Attorney General says. Hoggers. They should go to jail. They should go to jail. They should go to jail. They should go to jail. They should go to jail. They should go to jail. They should go to jail. They should go to jail. Anyone that just says like just go clean, lol, don't do drugs, lol, just has never luckily ever gotten addicted to anything, and it's great. I'm bored of this video though. It's kind of boring. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna keep it $1.50 here. I'm gonna keep it a stack. Sorry, I know Jake's in here, and like he probably wants me to watch because he's a Chinese agent, Chinese spy for America, or the anti-American, communist, Chinese Communist Party agent. But traitor. You having fun? You having fun out there in Asia, bastard? I see you posting how much fun you're having. That's right. Anyway. Purdue Pharma should be liquidated and the Sacklers should be had for every penny they've ever made. No, I think Purdue Pharma, along with the Sacklers, should be liquidated. Their assets. And some other stuff. Anyway, let's continue. Their assets. Their assets is what I mean. Their assets is what I mean. Okay, let's watch the this is interesting. Can we trust the fossil fuel companies? Interview with Shell CEO.
An enormous role in that. Nobody has more influence with the government on mandates. And so if the fossil fuel industries truly believed the story that they're telling us, then it would behoove them to be lobbying fiercely for these mandates.
Yeah,
and they are not.
Yeah. And that is what
and they're doing the opposite.
Oh, okay.
The industry fought that. I mean, that's, if you
no,
look
we
at...
haven't.
Well, API has. The American Petroleum Institute has fought that.
Yeah.
I mean, to this day...
Tell me the Shell CEO is not going to be like, the API is a separate institution. We have no say over what happens with the API. I know.
They've fought against any mandates. They fight against states being able to regulate fossil fuel usage. Their position is pretty clear. I guess my point is, I don't know of a business in the history, certainly not one that's been as profitable for as long as it has as the fossil fuel industry, that cuts its own throat.
Yeah. Well, let me not talk too much about API, other than to say that we don't agree with them on everything, and that we are.
Aren't you on their board?
Yes, and we are working very hard to, of course.
I thought that was a joke. He literally said that. Oh my God, pre-watch.
Change the stance of the API in areas that we believe is important. But we are fiercely lobbying behind the scenes to make these mandates work. And listen, John, there is no sort of uniform solution. The solutions we're going to need to cut the demand in aviation is different from steel, is different from...
It's got to go sector to sector, even with that.
Sector by sector.
So what do you need? Will you need from the government? What do you need the government to help you transition?
In every sector, there's a different type of government involvement needed. Sometimes putting a price on carbon helps. Sometimes subsidies may actually be really helpful to kickstart something. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's going to be a standard or a mandate that needs to be set in there.
And each industry is going to fight these mandates differently. Some will
We did watch the new Climate Town video yesterday. It was fucking awesome.
welcome
Some
them,
will fight
but
it.
a lot of them will fight it.
Yeah, well, if they are poorly designed, they will fight it. And then from large governments, like the United States, we need international leadership. Because if you think you can decarbonize the aviation industry on a national basis...
Bro, the only difference between this guy and like a Bond villain, even though he does have the accent for it as well, is that he's wearing a suit. So you're not like, you've been conditioned your entire life to think that like people like this are not evil, okay? Like, I need you to understand, he's just a villain. Like, he just straight up is a villain, okay? Like, Jon Stewart is sitting across from a real life supervillain.
That's not going to work if you look at aviation. You can fly on biofuels. The problem with biofuels is they are 3 times as expensive as petroleum-based fuels. What you have to do is get around the table, not only with energy companies, also with airlines, and with airports, and with regulators.
Oh my God, what is this? British ex-army soldier / merc goes into war in Ukraine, gets hit with rockets of helicopter fire, runs scared into the woods, gets picked up with the Ukrainian territorial defense who torture him thinking he's a Russian spy. He gets released, immediately goes back home to the UK. British Lion, I'm one of the first Brits to join Ukraine. They fight like lions, and I'm proud to take on Putin with them. When we arrived, it was very quiet, but all of a sudden the gates of hell opened on us. A squadron of Russian jets fired down rockets before a fleet of attack troubles joined in. Jason. Oh my God, it's Jason Bourne. Jason and 10 soldiers in the Georgian Legion took cover in Woodland. Jason, who served in the Mercian Regiment, added, "We got very close to getting whacked. I've never experienced firepower like that. I don't think that anyone of this generation ever has." This famous Georgian Legion, by the way, the Mercian Regiment, for those of you who don't know, famously took an American veteran from Florida all the way back when they were fighting in Donbass, I think back in 2018, who had murdered someone in the United States of America. That's right. An American veteran was fighting alongside the Georgian Legion's Mercian Regiment as well in Donbass, and that he was annexed. Or not annexed, sorry. He was extradited back to the United States of America for murdering someone over a gun trade that went wrong. Who are you imitating this time? I mean, the other part of it, I said annexed. The other part of it is true, by the way. The UK soldier we're memeing, but fuck, I forget what the guy's name is. Iraq and Afghanistan was totally different. The Russians are a conventional modern army. They were taken to a security service base and interrogated for 3 hours. Jason said, "My head was slammed down by one of the guards, mate. A different guy came in, and I could tell by his kit that he was in an elite unit. He had cable ties and 2 hoods, and I thought, shite, this is real. They kept shouting Russian at me, but obviously I said I was English. They whacked me around 8 or 9 times. I had quite a bad concussion and was bleeding heavily." He went on. "They looked at me phone and me messages to me mind, which was a really scary moment. I wasn't scared of dying, but I was scared about putting me family and friends through the pain of knowing I was in that situation." Eventually, they were released and Jason joined hundreds and thousands in trains to Lviv. He then fled to the Polish border before getting a train to Warsaw. From there, he flew to the UK and arrived home in Kidderminster last Friday. He said, "I didn't go there to die. I obviously thought about it, but I had a job to do." Yeah, what was your job? His job? To get his ass beat by the Ukrainian territorial defense and tortured until he wet his knickers and came back home with fresh panties that were wet. Oh, this is good, dude. I love this story. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, his job was to be a war tourist, and he found out it wasn't a game. Exactly. He came home, bruv. Much like football, much like footy, he came home. Dudes who were used to fighting farmers in Afghanistan about to get a massive wake-up call when they volunteered to fight another nation with literal air support. See, that's the difference. Like, the Afghan people are resilient, okay? The Taliban was a very good fighting force regardless. They made something out of nothing, right? And that is unique in its own way. Except they also don't have the same fucking air support that Americans did. So that is a whole different demon. You are absolutely correct. So I'm not even saying that the Taliban are not good fighters or the Vietnamese were not good fighters or anything like that. They absolutely were, okay? They knew the territory, they knew the region, they knew the area, and they knew how to fucking fight. They had way less resources, but those resources is all that matters, baby. If you believe a story written by the Sun, maybe dumb chatters are right about you. Okay. Should we find a different, like, what would be the Sun's point of view on this, on to do, like, misinformation? Do you think the Sun is on the side of Russia or something? I mean, it is a trash website, for sure. It is a tabloid. I know. That's a moderate beating. Concussion equals torture. Yeah. They didn't torture him. They only beat his ass a little bit. They only beat his ass a little bit. Except, you know, that is still torture. You know that, right? When your hands are tied behind your back and you get your ass beat. I know that in movies they make that seem like that's a deliberate and totally justifiable thing to do to prisoners of war. No, it's still torture. That's like a little bit of torture, but it's still torture. I love that Americans are like, what do you mean? We do that to Muslims like before we do the torture. That's not torture. Yeah, I know they didn't waterboard him, which the American government doesn't even consider to be torture, but enhanced interrogation, but still torture. They should have made him eat a cheese onion sandwich. Yeah, okay, let's finish this video.
And with governments. 2 years ago, when I had my first dialogue with a grouping like this, we had no concept collectively of how we were going to decarbonize.
And that was only 2 years ago, it was the first time.
After 26 COPs, this was the first COP where the word sector was being used. Before then, everything needed to be done by the nation state.
So there have been 26 climate conferences.
Yeah.
And this is the first one where everybody said, we should probably look at this sector to sector.
Yes.
So why is that? Why are we still talking about this as something we should be doing, not something we are doing?
I think it is because of the unbelievable complexity of the problem, the fragmentation.
How big a change would it be, though, if these energy companies were to together announce an ambitious plan for building out the infrastructures sector to sector, using the profits of the legacy business as seed money to that transitional infrastructure?
We will.
Dude, he's being way too polite, dude. Holy shit. I don't understand. It's like, I mean, I guess I get it, but like he can't. The only way that you can get an interview like this is if you are polite, but he's being way too fucking polite. Like,
need to use some of our oil and gas cash flows to build the hydrogen business of the future. Because if I was just only allowed to use the hydrogen income, it would take a century to build.
Interrupting what is a brilliantly profitable business, which is oil and gas. Like, maybe the real people you need to convince are the shareholders of a company so accustomed to these incredible profit margins. So, truthfully, in my mind...
Oh, I wonder... Bro, he's literally... Okay, then, yeah, that's totally what he's gonna do. His fiduciary responsibility is quite literally the opposite of what Jon Stewart is suggesting. What kind of conversation are we having? Also, on top of that, can you imagine like having a conversation on this day and age on Allah's global green earth or blue earth or whatever the fuck, about like being in a active hostage situation, living on the whims of oil company shareholders. Wild.
Unless we can convince energy companies that they own a lot of this future, we can't make that transition with the speed that we need to make it with. So here's maybe a different thought. Cleanup. Planet Earth as a Superfund site for carbon. Let's pay energy companies, the companies that extracted this fuel in the first place. Let's pay you to clean it up.
You cannot solve the problem by just sequestering the carbon that we take out.
You can't just pull it out of the air and jam it into the ground.
That's not a system-wide solution. The first thing you have to do is make the problem a whole lot smaller. And then indeed, you cannot reduce it all the way down to zero. We will always have use for carbon-based energy, whether you like it or not.
Understood.
So if we are going to get to 1.5 degrees by the end of this century, it may well be that by 2050,
what do you mean? Shell definitely cares about fiduciary responsibility. Dog, this is literally fiduciary responsibility being upholded. This, the fueling of violence in Nigeria by paying rival militant gangs, actually defends their profit margin. Yes, this is an outcome of caring about the fiduciary responsibility. Do you know what that means? I don't understand. That's like, that is not a responsibility to the fucking planet or even stakeholders or anyone else or workers. It means the law dictates that you only care about your shareholders. That's it. That's literally the law. So this is actually a move towards hey man, cool with the disparaging of the oil companies. My parents met on the spill cleanup. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for these ghouls.
we are over 1.5 degrees, and we need the second half of the century to clean up. And some of it will indeed have to be capturing the CO2 out of the air and sticking it either in the ground or in a plant. And we need to be as aggressive as we can. And I think there's a role for governments to play. There's a role for companies like us to play. And I think the sooner that we as a society get aligned on that idea, the more progress we can make. But you do have people who believe...
You guys don't understand. Shell was simply doing humanitarian lethal aid to Nigerian militant groups, okay? God. Figure it out, guys. Ugh, I thought you guys were American.
That it is just prolonging the life of fossil fuels.
In many respects, some of those are opinions expressed by activists, and activists have the least amount of power in this equation.
I disagree with you there.
Really?
Absolutely.
Activists aren't the ones that are keeping the government from mandating these things. The industry is.
The activist power has gone in deep into society.
Yes.
And now we have discussions with our investors to just say, society doesn't want this. So why are you looking for this solution?
They've done an amazing job of raising the consciousness of this and of putting pressure. But man, if we're having a Lifetime Achievement Award where we put energy lobbyists and customers of fossil fuels.
This is actually the weakest fucking combo I've ever...
and governments and activists in the same room, like those first three I mentioned hold the real power. Yeah. And so how does an industry regain the trust of a public that so needs them to lead this transition when we're so accustomed to being in some ways, forgive the pun, gaslit by the industry, that they're far more concerned about this when you know what their core business is, and that trust is at an all-time low?
Well, that's indeed a very difficult question. There is no way I can talk to you, John, or to the public at large and say, trust us.
Right.
Ultimately, the trust is going to be regained by delivering the proof points of change and by delivering the proof points of solutions.
Thank you. All right, sir.
So Is this new thing like treating like disgusting, morally abhorrent scumbag propagandists with like decency and taking them for their word or something? Is that what his new thing is? Like I actually don't understand. Because like that was more Joe Rogan than and less, you know, give him enough rope to hang themselves. You know? No, usually what he would do is give him enough rope to hang themselves. That's the attitude. That's the way that he used to do it. A lot of people do it like that. That's what good interviewers do. That's, for example, what the British lady did when we were talking about, you know, when we were watching the British lady talk to Prince Andrew. You know, she did a really good job with that.